all we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
In the days since police made this tragic discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to two young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it. It's so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think if he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieved for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills, or it's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The Sheriff's Department says the trail photos of the man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It'll never be the same, will it? Yeah. I mean, everybody will be. They'll be very vigilant now from here on out when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day or you know anything that could help solve this case, police do want to hear from you. They've set up a new tip line for information about the murders of Libby and Abby. All tips should be called into that number, and you can remain anonymous. You see it right there on your screen. The number is 844-459-5786.
Welcome to everyone. Happy Friday, February 13th, 2026. Give me a moment to check the audio. Okay. Please allow me to check this audio once again. All right, so I want to welcome everyone to our show here. Tonight is Friday, February 13th, 2026. And tonight's show is very, very special moment for us here. My group of closest friends and associates who have been with me here since first day I stepped on YouTube, and for the entire community who has dedicated hours, days, and years of their lives to attempt with all their heart to get some insight or gain some insight into the Delphi murders, solely for the purpose of achieving justice for these victims that you see here behind me, Abby and Libby. Today marks 9 years since their abductions and deaths, and I want to welcome everyone in here so that everyone feels welcome to join the chat, to join the live stream, and also the replays, okay? So that you all can add your voice to this conversation. Now, it's very, very difficult conversation. And before we get started, we're going to have some of this difficult talk, okay? And I don't come to you as a arbiter of truth, as a bully, or as anything else other than a person who has been demanding that we all receive some truth about this crime that we all feel so passionately about attaining justice for. Again, I'm not here for Richard Allen. I'm not here for myself. I'm not here for any of you. I am solely here for the truth about what happened to Abby and Libby in Delphi on Valentine's Day in 2017. And if you have a problem with that, I think you should do some self-reflection. It's been a long journey, and there are many perspectives here, and all perspectives are welcome. But all perspectives should be aimed or directed solely at attaining the truth about what happened to these poor girls so that they may be allowed to rest in peace. And I thought from the very beginning, and I want to reinforce that now, that the only thing that's going to truly free Richard Allen is the truth being told about these murders. In other words, it was my contention from the very beginning that the only way Richard Allen would be freed is that the crime be solved, and the solving of this crime be so undeniable that it demand the truth and the freeing of Richard Allen, because it is our belief that this man had nothing to do with this crime. He is wrongly accused, wrongly convicted, and wrongly imprisoned for a token symbolic sentence of 13 times 10, 130 years. And we know that this case is very complicated. Very, very, very complicated. This thing from the beginning has been wrought with misinformation, disinformation, and symbology. It is my belief, it is my contention, that the individuals who have coordinated to cover up this crime have done so brazenly and with signatures attached. And those signatures started with the staging of the crime scene and have continued to this very day. And so it's only appropriate that on Friday the 13th, the anniversary of the abduction of these girls, that the truth be revealed to the world. Let me say further that this truth here that you're going to learn tonight, this is not the end. This is not the closing of a book. This is merely the opening of the book. And so my challenge to you out there in this community and to law enforcement in general is let this be today. Let today be the day that the truth is told, so that a year from now, on the 10th anniversary of their murders, that justice be brought to these victims and to this wrongly accused and to the community in general. After tonight, you have 1 year to address this problem, to solve this crime, to convict, to indict, to charge, to reveal the truth of this crime. And my challenge to all of you audience members out there is you listen with open ears. You listen repeatedly. I told someone today that this thing right here requires 3 to 4 listenings before you start to get the fine details. So I'm going to implore all of you tonight, repeatedly listen to this. Give it 3 or 4 good listens so that you start to pick up on the subtleties in the story that's going to be told, and you understand where to connect the dots. Because let me tell you one thing. Tonight, you're going to hear only 90% of the story. Our whistleblower tonight has information that we are withholding because this information is so compelling. It involves physical evidence, it involves intelligence, and it involves details of confessions that are only for the ears of federal law enforcement. And let me make you aware tonight that as a result of this work here, there's already an effort in motion to put together comprehensive binders of this information to deliver to the desk of the FBI. And I don't mean the FBI Indiana. The full unredacted documents and documentation of what you're going to hear tonight has already been provided, and it will be delivered onto certain desks. So when you're listening tonight, keep in mind that we are forced to withhold certain details that are essential, that no one other than the federal authorities have access to. And that comes with the blessing of Andrew Baldwin, with the blessing of Ricci Davis, and with my own blessing. But regardless, the 90% that you will hear should be enough to wake you all up to the reality of what happened here. And so what is that reality? So I'll give you the spoiler alert. I will absolutely give you the spoiler alert before we dive on in, and we will be diving on in shortly. The spoiler is that I believe that this crime occurred in the following manner. Keegan Kline, Ron Logan, Vinlanders, and 1 or 2 undisclosed individuals plotted to abduct Liberty German from Delphi, Indiana, utilizing the Anthony Schatz account. They all triangulated against this victim, and when she showed up with Abigail Williams, the plot was followed through on. The intention was to take Liberty out of state. And what occurred was things went bad. And when things went bad, our victims were brutally slaughtered. And because of the roadblocks, the unusual, immediate amount of searchers and law enforcement, the perpetrators were forced to leave those girls in the property where they were being victimized because there was nowhere to go. The entire community descended too quickly upon Ron Logan's property and the area in general so that there was no way out. And what does this mean? This means that all of you need to really, really wipe the sleep from your eyes. Forget about your own theories. Forget about your own biases and perspectives. Forget about what you think you already know. And forget about what Andrew Baldwin theorized as the true nature of this crime. And solely focus on the confessions that you're going to hear about tonight, combined with the wonderful, incredible, amazing work of one individual, Gregory Ferenczi. And if you combine the work of Greg Ferenczi, Todd Click, and Kevin Murphy with the confessions of Keegan Kline and Ron Logan, you will understand the true nature of what happened to these poor young ladies. And this is no attack on Andy Baldwin. It's no attack on you. It's no attack on any YouTuber who has dedicated their lives to trying to pry into the truth about what happened here. It's just a sober look at the ugly truth. So I'm asking all of you to put your biases aside. Put your differences aside. Don't play this game. Don't pretend that you don't want to see what you're going to see or hear what you're going to hear. Take in the information and allow yourself to reformulate your ideas. Allow yourself to consider that you might be wrong. So with that, I want to honor Gregory Ferenczi for having the wherewithal to pull on the right threads. And I also want to honor Ricci Davis for having the audacity to continue pushing forward against all obstacles in speaking his truth. Because what you're going to hear tonight is true. You will hear the truth tonight. And Ricci Davis single-handedly has allowed that truth to be told against all odds. As a matter of fact, in the past 24 hours, there have been efforts underway to derail this program and to derail Ricci Davis. And that's the God's honest truth. And when you find out about those efforts, you're going to be infuriated. This community should be infuriated. What we've been showing you for the past year has been 100% accurate. And it's just incredible that in the past 24 hours, when word of this effort that's going to be undertaken tonight spread, wheels were set in motion to silence Ricci, to silence me, and to stop this program from happening. But it's going to happen. So without further ado, let's get the ball rolling. We're going to take this in sections. When we're done with this, in the next couple days, this will be made freely available to all of you out there. This is not my property. This is not Ricci's property. This is not anyone else's property. This has taken an extreme amount of effort, but I am confident to be able to tell you that this crime is solved. And this is not hyperbole. This is not hyperbole at all. And I understand people's adherence to Andy Baldwin's theories, to the Franks Memorandum. I understand that. But keep in mind that Andy Baldwin's theory was just a theory based upon the amazing work of Greg Ferenczi and his team. So those of you who have adhered to that theory, I'm asking you to let go of that which you are attached to, open your mind, and take in the information anew. And hopefully you will be convinced, as we are convinced, that the crime has been solved, the truth has been told, and today is a new day.
Okay, so we're talking with Ricci Davis today. We're lucky enough to have him on the line, and I want to introduce him to everybody. Uh, Hello, Ricci. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine. How are you doing?
All right, good to talk to you.
Okay, same here.
Um, yeah, so I just wanted to open the floor up for you to talk to the audience today, and I know that you and I have talked, and there's a lot of things to talk about. So I guess I'll
Yes,
try to get the ball rolling with Ron Logan and let you kind of tell us a little bit about your life and Ron Logan and meeting him and all the things that unfolded way back then. So once again, thanks for being
sure.
here, and it's very good
Well,
to have you to talk to everybody.
okay, for sure, same here. Yeah, okay, so I guess I'll probably more likely start out, okay, well, in fact, I'm going to start out with probably how I met Ron Logan. This is in 2017 here at where I'm at currently over at Newcastle Correctional Facility in Indiana, okay. So, okay, so, like I said, I met him in 2017. It was probably approximately, I don't know, I'd say 2 months after the Delphi murders of Libby and Abby, okay. Okay. Uh, so, it happened pretty much that Ron ended up in the same unit, as me, becoming my neighbor to a adjacent cell in the dorm that I was in. Uh, let's see here. On the first day, I was I really wasn't sure who he was. You know, I guess it was noticeable that he was walking around nervous. A little bit quiet. Which is typical for people in the new prison environment. Um, the morning after that he got here, I was sitting there on the kiosk. I was typing a letter to the family, and Ron Logan walked up seemingly he was polite, you know, and he asked, if maybe I could help him set up his kiosk account and his PIN number on the account so he could order commissary coffee and write his family and check his money and things of that nature, and so typical, for new people that get here that really don't have anything, I kind of give them a care package, with coffee and stuff. I mean, it takes a couple of weeks to be able to get your food and stuff, so but he seemed pretty grateful, that I gave him some items and stuff to help him out. Okay, stuff like that. So, give or take, it was probably a couple of days later, I was working on some law work, and Logan sat in front of me at the table in the day room. He told me that someone informed him that, I was a law clerk here at the facility, well, in the dorm in particular, okay, and, asked if I had a few minutes and maybe talk with him. I said, sure, that's fine. I informed him I was, and, so, oddly, his first words is, do you know who I am, and it kind of threw me off. I told him I didn't think so, really. He stated, talking really low in a real low voice, he informed me that he's been all over the news regarding the Delphi murders and explained that the girls were found on this property. And to be truthful, I was kind of shocked, but I stayed calm, wondering what he was going to say in a way. Okay, he began to tell me his lawyer told him at first not to talk to anyone about the case while he was in here. However, Logan stated that he had questions, that he was really hoping to get answered. And he mainly had questions about, he was asking me if I knew anything about search warrants and told me about the FBI searching his home and asking, if they could, for example, he asked me, if they could legally come back to his home with on the same search warrant, or if I talked to him about that, he assured him, about that, He went on talking about, how incompetent the FBI was, and complained about the search and the investigation and stuff like that. It's pretty much he stayed stuck on that, Instead of asking questions, he, intended, because he was originally intended just to ask questions, but I remember we ran out of time, and we had to lock up in our cells, and so he really didn't get into the, any hardcore questions he had. It was just mainly about the search warrant stuff. But when I went to my cell, through the night, I was laying in my bed and I was thinking, pretty much how bizarre it was that instead of, Logan being grateful his, name was close to being cleared. Instead, he was angry about, the case and being in the FBI's hands and Carroll County's, instead Carroll County's jurisdiction pretty much. That he really was hoping that it would just get in their jurisdiction and not the FBI's. And I just thought it was pretty bizarre, with the conversation, altogether, I was feeling like something wasn't really adding up with him, but, I really wasn't sure, kind of screwed this up a little bit. We were sitting outside one morning, we was on like a weight machine outside, and we was talking, drinking coffee, and, remember like yesterday, he said, man, hey, do I, have your word that we could talk and that, you keep a secret at all costs. And pretty much I had to just tell him that I would. I knew that I was at that point kind of pilling for information, trying to figure out what was all going on because it was, it was more than obvious that there was just more to it, at the time. So, he pretty much, he told me that there was, there was parts of the case, he wanted to talk about, but asked me really not to ask any questions, that he just kind of wanted to, that he wasn't really comfortable yet, but he wanted to just, talk about it a little bit, that it was just driving him crazy. And, so he told me that, pretty much that there was just things that got out of hand, and, he was drinking the night before, that he had some people over, at his place the night before, partying. He said that was at his, he has that graveyard that was near his house. I believe it was on his property. I believe he was saying, and he said that, he bought some alcohol for some people, but he wouldn't let them be at the house, that they would have to stay around the graveyard, that night. He said it was probably around about 8:30 or so. That would have been on the 12th. Okay, so.
Okay, I'm going to be temporarily pausing it to clarify points for those who might otherwise miss. He just described to you the cemetery party or the pig roast, okay? So for everyone paying attention who knows the case or who has somewhat followed the case, he just described, without any foreknowledge or outside knowledge, he just described Ron Logan's confession of the cemetery party / pig roast, which began on the evening of the 12th. Okay, so as we go along, I may be periodically pausing it to clarify for you what's being said. That's why I ask that you don't distract yourselves in the chat. You don't try multitasking unless you're coming back for repeated listens, because everything's here. So you have to listen attentively. So let me let him continue. Apologize, but I just wanted to interject.
He said that he was also expecting a couple individuals to come. Well, he said they were friends, and, after he described it, he said there was burner phones involved, with the people. He didn't yet at that time tell me who it was, but I'll get to that later on. He was telling me how he had trouble setting up these phones, that there was... I'm going to pause for a second. I have to kind of explain something for it to make sense for the listeners. Okay, currently I'm in a protected custody at this time. Okay, it's a kind of a high profile, dorm at the facility as I'm at, and mainly the people are here for the most part. They're either ex-gang affiliates, or they're high-profile sex offenders or high-profile murderers and stuff like that. So he was kind of comfortable talking to a few people about, about familiar things to do with sex cases and stuff like that. And, I tried not to show him any animosity when he was kind of getting into them type of things. So he was starting to feel, after time, he kind of went a little more comfortable talking to me, and I was trying to make him feel, as hard as it was, I was trying to make him feel that, it was okay to talk to me, and that I understood, and, things like that, and which was working. It was making him, feel more comfortable to talk. He was stressed out.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I will call you right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, I'm back. I apologize, man. Okay, I can't start this. Well, anyway, I guess I was probably talking about the burner phones, but yeah, there was burner phones involved. He didn't want to really list any names about what was going on, but he was telling me that a friend of his had pretty much had some kind of, I don't want to say business, but kind of like to where they were trading off pictures and, videos, stuff like that, things in that.
Okay, so let me stop it again. Here he is revealing to you the allegations that Ron Logan is a pedophile. Okay? What you just heard as again, I'm asking you to pay attention to every single point. I know the audio is not the best. I know there's a lot that's not the best. We're dealing with someone who is currently locked up in Newcastle. It's not the easiest to accomplish this. But he just revealed to you that Ron Logan was buying burner phones filled with CSAM and with access to accounts by Kagan Klein. We already know that Kagan Klein was selling these burner phones filled with access to this stuff to members of the community. So this all tracks. And if you're honestly and in good faith following this case, track it. Okay.
Nature, and that he was telling me that he had a friend that came up to Delphi, pretty much from out of town, that would help him set these burner phones up every. He was saying from anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. He was saying then they would switch them out, and I don't understand why or none of that, but that's how he was describing it. But
okay, and that's describing that Keegan Klein is coming to help Logan with maintaining these burner phones every 3 to 6 months. This is how Klein is connected with providing this CSAM to Logan.
Pretty much. He was explaining that at first he would not give me names or any information about who else. I mean, this was through time. I was getting more and more information, so it was hard to, when I would talk to in particular people, like we would say later on when I was talking to like Andy Baldwin, stuff like that. I had a little information to give them at the time, and when I talked to the police, to the detectives and stuff when they came up to the facility, I really had a little bit of information, some information to give to them, but I was still at that time getting information too, right? So it was hard to, so that was that. So, later on, okay, Ron was stating that pretty much this was after my interviews with the police and everything, but he was stating that pretty much when that he was going to meet up, him and a friend, okay, was going to meet up, when he was speaking to the girls, he was describing that pretty much that there was only one girl that they were planning to meet up with, that they weren't expecting to at the time, and was saying, that it was really ultimately his friend, that was wanting to meet up with the girls. He was describing pretty much that, he got in a situation that he really didn't want to be in. He described it as kind of the situation went too far. He said that he was being blackmailed for whatever that. I can't tell you what that means even to this day. I still don't know. So the plan was with Ron, and there was another individual. I don't know what happened to the people at the party, but as he described, he said that everybody got drunk, and they vandalized the property, the graveyard. They did a lot of vandalism out there, and he said, the next morning, after they did that, they all got in an argument, and he made him clean it up. He said that after everybody cleaned everything up, he made him put it in a bag. Some people left. I'm not still sure, but they got some bags together, gathered it all up, and that's when pretty much he went to the dump yard. As he described, that's what he was doing, was dumping the trash that was being vandalized at the house.
Okay, so what you have here in this portion of the story, this is describing that Ron Logan, the morning of the 13th, gathers the evidence of the cemetery party with the individuals who are remaining. As they start leaving, he gathers that all up and brings it over to the landfill, which we all know happened. You just never knew why he visited that landfill. Okay, so let's continue.
And so he went back to the house after dumping the garbage off. And so when he got there, his friend that he let continue to be at the house, as he described, he watched over his house while he was gone, and he described that that things got stolen, things like that. He said it was things out of his shed. A firearm got stolen out of his house somehow. He said that his bunch of garden tools. He said a road tiller. That he described for a garden. I mean, don't ask me, but just a bunch of tools and stuff like that came up missing. And he was pretty mad. He was pretty angry or whatever. And he said when he got back at the house, that's when he sat there with a couple friends, and that which ends up being Keegan Klein. Okay, but I'll get to that later on. But pretty much he said that he was being blackmailed about some things, and the way I was taking it was about the videos and stuff like that. But he had plans to meeting up with one of the girls, which was Libby, and him and the other individual. There's still a unknown person. Okay, which I mean, I believe I know who it is through conversations, but I can get to that later too. But they ultimately made a plan that they were going to drive to the front of the they were going to go around, drive to the moat onto the front of the trails. So they did so. Keegan was supposed to pull off the side of the road, he said, and Ron and this other individual, I hate to keep saying it like that, but there's really not a name, that I could,
And apologize for stopping it again, but listen very closely to what he's telling you, the details of the crime, the way logistically it happened. And this other individual, we do have the name for. Okay, he's not naming him in this particular recording. We do have the name of that individual. Okay, so we'll continue. Just, you don't worry yourself. This information is all known, it's documented, and it's forwarded. So just listen to this. He's telling the story from the perspective of 2017. Okay, he's not yet caught us up to 2025. So just please be patient as you listen to this. We got hours to go. Okay, so just please try to keep tracking. But I'm going to temporarily or periodically interject to help you understand the end game here. Okay.
Say right out. I mean, because I was never really told a name. I just believe I know who it is. But Keegan pulled off the side of the road. They went to the trail to meet up with Libby. Okay. He said when he pulled off as he was broke down, and that while he was like sitting there off the side of the road, he said a lady pulled up when he was by himself, and he said, she asked if he needed any help or whatnot, and he assured her no, everything was fine. He said that his dad was on the way to help him. Okay, so after that happened, he got nervous, and then he decided not to stay right there, and then he go ahead and went on and drove off and went towards Ron's farm, but they're still at the trail, going to, talk and get Libby, and when he got to Ron's house, he contacted him saying, pretty much, what happened with the lady that pulled off the road, and he just got nervous that he was going to walk to the back of the way of the property and meet them up to the, through, back up through the trail where they were. But however, since they, the Ron and this, the other individual, I hate saying it like that, but since they were went to the bridge, they noticed that there was two girls, which was Abby too, and that was not expected, as, he made clear that it was only supposed to be one of them, and they were going to take her to the car originally, but then they realized that they had to walk to the back of the property and walk up through through the woods and all this other stuff towards the property. And so, he said when they approached her, at first they both went to approach her, and both of the girls got nervous, as he described, and he said that they were looking off the, down the way, kind of, they weren't on the bridge, but looking down the way, and there was like little wild rabbits and stuff like that, and he went to, go, talk to them, make him feel comfortable. Well, they got nervous, and they walked, sped off and walked up kind of on the bridge, and so so they didn't want to push and make him any more nervous, so they went and they talked, and they decided that Ron was going to approach the girl, so and the other guy to just go ahead and stay back. So Ron said he kept walking in circles, that he didn't quite walk on the bridge yet, but he was getting nervous every time he'd walk up close to the bridge. He would get nervous and turn back, and finally he said he just boldly walked up on the bridge, and he exposed the firearm to him, and the girls came with him, and they walked him down towards the direction of the farm, and once they got down to the bottom of the hill right there, that they had set the handcuffs that they cut the girls up with, arm by arm, and walked them further back, towards the property. And I guess they went to undress the girls, as was being described, okay? And when the girls went to get undressed, the youngest girl said he was saying that her wrist was small enough to where she slipped the handcuff and she went to take off. Well, the older girl, Libby, was telling her to run, okay? And Abby, froze, stopped, and then that's when Ron grabbed the oldest girl, Libby, and told her, if you run off, I'm going to kill you. It's going to be your fault. And she said just to go call the police, call her grandma, okay? And then Ron said he cut her initially, but he, that pretty much it wasn't, it didn't, kill her, but he cut her to let Abby knew that he was serious. Instead of taking off, she got scared and froze up, as he described, that she just seemed petrified, and walked right back to him and got, cuffed right back up. And so they, continued on their journey, and he said that there was a tussle. They went across some water, and there was a tussle, and then then he ended up cutting her again, and they left her there, okay? And they took Abby to his property, to the house, and they went back after the Libby together. Okay, when they came back, Ron went ahead of him, and he said that he was, wrestling around, that she was the oldest girl, that, she was cut, she was freaking out, and he hit his nose, he said, his face on top of her head, and that he had a nosebleed, and he was freaking out that he had that his nose was bleeding, because he said that it was bleeding pretty bad, and it got on a couple items, and even her underwear. He said the youngest girl's underwear, he threw it out in the water. Well, whoever the third guy was that was with him Keegan was like, no, you go after that. It got caught on a limb out there in the water, and so the other guy went out there to get her underwear that was on the limb, and it was covered because, Ron said that he believed that there was blood on there, and he went out there when he was walking out in the water. He described that he twisted his ankle, and then the guy wanted to leave, and there was just another argument because they didn't want him to leave. They thought he was going to go to authorities, and pretty much that, they, went to go get the items due. The guy ended up leaving anyway. Now he drove in a different car than Keegan when they came out to the property. Okay, and so but he took off. They thought that the authorities was going to be called. Like I said, they took, after they tried to finish Libby off, they took her to a barn and put her in a tarp. And he was saying that he had rabbits out there in the barn, and he put her up under some cages and stuff up in his barn. And then he, thought she was dead. And I'll get to it, but she wasn't dead. She, yet, and I'll describe that in a little bit. But then he started getting paranoid and freaking out. And then Keegan was going to go ahead and try to take the youngest girl, after all, with him out of the property. And Ron decided he was going to leave. Well, to try to, because he was paranoid and whatnot. So, he took off, and that's when he went towards Lafayette. So that's, but he wanted an alibi of why, that he wasn't around. That's when he called his cousin and whatnot as the alibi. On his way back through, he shut off his phone, he said.
Okay, I'm going to pause it here for a moment because he's rapidly moving through the phases of this story. So now he's going into another phase of the story. But okay, what was said there? What was said there was that in the tussle with Libby, Ron's nose bled onto some of the clothing of the girls who had already been stripped nude. So they determined to throw some of those clothes in the creek to dispose of them. A piece of the clothing got hung up on a limb of one of the trees in the water. So one of the guys, goes into the water, which is like waist deep at that point, and injures his foot or ankle, twist his ankle, however you want to phrase it. Let me ask you guys who are OGs in this case, what do we know about the allegations of an injured foot or ankle in these POIs? Okay, moving right along. Let's get on to the actual heart of the matter, because now this is going to shift into a very important phase of this story. And remember, this is still all Ron Logan's story to Ricci in 2017, just a mere 2 months after these murders. Okay, this next phase of the story was twisted by the controlled ops and by the trolls to turn into, oh, he just tried to create an alibi by going to Lafayette. But now is going to be the time when you actually should pay attention to learn why he created this alibi. What was the mission that he was on in leaving Delphi, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so let me let this play, because this is stuff. And let this be a warning to anyone in the chat that's trying your slick shit. I'm going to deal with you immediately. So.
Okay, and then he went by Battleground. It's somewhere near Lafayette, and then he went to like these burner phones. He went to go bust them up and part them out, and he went to go get rid of them near through Battleground, throwing the parts of the phone out, and some other evidence,
I think I'm going to back it up a little, because we have trolls coming in to distract the conversation now. So let me back it up a minute, because anyone coming in ungrateful or distracting, you will be booted. Okay, so let's back this up, because just because of this distractor in the chat right now, we've already missed a very important point. Okay, so here we go. Let's see.
And put her in a tarp. and he was saying that he had rabbits out there in the barn, and he put her up under some cages and stuff up in his barn, and then he thought she was dead, and I'll get to it, but she wasn't dead. She, yet, and I'll describe that in a little bit. But then he started getting paranoid and freaking out, and then Keegan was going to go ahead and try to take the youngest girl, after all, with him out of the property, and Ron decided he was going to leave. Well, just try to, because he was paranoid and whatnot, so, he took off, and that's when he went towards Lafayette. So that's, but he wanted an alibi of why, that he wasn't around. That's when he called his cousin and whatnot as the alibi. On his way back through, he shut off his phone, he said, okay, and then he went by Battleground. It's somewhere near Lafayette, and then he went to, like, these burner phones. He went to go bust them up and part them out, and he went to go get rid of them near through Battleground, through, throwing the parts of the phone out, and some other evidence, too, that he had, which he never told me what exactly what it was. But okay, so when he got back to after this fish store and going to Battleground and coming back to Delphi, he said that there was drones and stuff like that going over. It was kind of like heading towards the evening. He said there was drones going over his property, over like the woods. That there was cop cars everywhere, stuff like that. Starting to look around. He said when he pulled up into the driveway, he noticed that Keegan's car was still over there by a barn in the driveway, and he was supposed to be done gone. But Keegan told him that he was, that he got afraid of leaving because of the drones. He didn't want to be spotted, that he didn't know how to get out there because he was supposed to be gone. Well, then they planned to get the girls off the lot. They knew that they was going to have to do something with the youngest one. They argued who was going to try to do her in, and neither one of them wanted to do it for whatever reason. They went back and forth with it. Keegan was the one that ended up taking her life, and so they decided, since they couldn't get the girls off the property, what they were going to do is go ahead and just wait till later on and try to get them as furthest out in the woods as I can get, which ended up to where they didn't want to take any chances, and it was still, the girls were still on the property. When they picked Lydia up out of the barn, they put her in a wheelbarrow, to move her closer to the woods area, and when they put her in there, it was said that they noticed that she was shadowy breathing, that she was still breathing, and faintly, and that they had to end up cutting her head again, that they cut her again, and that's what the carpet knife, as he explained, and so they had to finish her again before they even took her to where, their final destination. But they ended up getting the girls and putting them up at the end of the property. Keegan said that he wanted to set the area as, pretty much, do something that they wouldn't believe an old man would do, that would pretty much make him look like that he wouldn't be responsible, and said that they set the.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I will call you back.
You were. All right.
I know where I was. Okay, so, what I do want to make clear first, with Abby, I was never told, and I still don't know where she was and what they were doing with her during this time. I know after Keegan took her life, as, stated, that I don't know where they was putting her. I know they described that they moved the bodies a couple of different times during the search. And through the night that they were trying to figure out what they were going to do. Their ultimate plan was to try to get them off the property. As I said, that didn't work. So, that was that. So, I really don't believe I have anything else as far as that goes, unless you have any questions.
Yeah, let me try to
You know.
backtrack on this part of the story, and maybe I'll ask you if you
Sure.
don't know, you don't know, but but maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll
So,
tell you if I don't know.
okay, so all of this you told me so far, this was all from Ron, like all of this
This
part
was
of it.
all from. Yeah.
Okay,
It was later. It was later. More confirmed through Keegan's story. There was parts that had changed between the two, but it was more of a blame game between when I spoke to Keegan. He was kind of putting a lot more on Ron than than on himself. Ron was a little more outspoken about what happened. Keegan was more trying to throw, certain, pretty serious parts, of the situation more on Ron, like of who cut who and who did this and that. And Keegan's story changed like a lot, but it
to
was
be
always,
expected. Yeah.
you know, yeah, it was really close to what Ron was saying. There was just, I completely wholeheartedly, even to this day, feel in my heart that there was no way without, and we're talking about two different time periods. There was no way that they could have collaborated the same type of stories without me, you know, with knowing them at different times, and
Right.
it'd been too, I completely believed, Keegan, when on his part. So I.
Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to pause temporarily because I have a very special surprise for you guys tonight. We're going to pause temporarily. And to keep in mind, all you've just heard for the past hour is solely Ron Logan's stories to Ricci over a 7-month period. You've heard some highlights of those stories. And it's very horrible. Excuse me. What you just heard is absolutely horrible. But it even gets worse, okay? Because keep in mind, like Ricci just said, that years later, when he ends up housed with Keegan, Keegan corroborates the entire story with all the details, etc. Unbelievably. And we're going to hear that tonight. But before we continue, my surprise for you is that I've invited Ricci on tonight to answer some questions from you guys. So if you have questions for Ricci, priority is going to those with wrenches. Okay. So the first questions we're going to answer with Ricci are from those with wrenches. But everyone is welcome to submit your questions. Make sure you put an uppercase Q before it so I can see it. We're going to take them in order of my choosing and priority. But I'm expecting any minute now a call from Ricci because I scheduled him to call at this particular time. So hopefully we'll get the call in momentarily, and we'll make sure we hear him, and then we'll be good to go. Okay. All right. While we wait for the call, I'll keep going. Let's see. I would ask you to start thinking of which questions you'd like to ask first, or you'd like to be answered, and that's what we could do now to respect his time. Is we can gather our questions now before he comes in, and then that's what we'll be doing. Okay. Now, just to recap, one of the things that Ricci said that was extremely important, that again, it's going to fly by you if you didn't listen closely. Ricci says, undoubtedly, they move the bodies 2 or 3 times over the course of the night to 2 or 3 different locations. Okay? For instance, according to Keegan, they move the bodies 3 times. According to Logan, 2 or 3 times. You see what I mean? So listen, when we're talking about moving the bodies, we're not talking about moving the bodies 10 feet. Okay, we're not talking about moving the bodies 10 feet. We're talking about moving the bodies all in the area inside the cordon. So do you understand what that means? Uh, Maybe while I wait for him to call, I can produce something for you. Let's see. Uh, Hello, Reese.
Hey, Prof, what you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Reese? Thanks for calling in. This is perfect.
Hey,
Let me make sure
right
we can
on.
hear you. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
Hey, it sounds good. Welcome in, Reese.
That's it. Hey, buddy, what you doing? You all right?
Yeah, we're good. We're
All right.
telling your story here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right on. So, yeah. Okay.
Would you like
So,
to say
yeah.
hello to everyone? Everyone's saying hi to you.
Okay. So, yeah. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Just tell them to say hello. I don't know how this works. I mean, this works. But so, uh, wait. Did you want to start? I didn't know. We didn't really discuss what was supposed to be going on right now.
Yeah, thank you. So I've been playing some of our recordings, and I just
Okay.
stopped it so that you could call in. And what I
Okay.
asked the viewers, I said, could they
Uh huh.
send some questions that they have for you? So, would you mind if I read you some of the viewers' questions?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll do. Yeah, if I can. Yeah,
Okay, awesome.
for sure.
And again, Reese, thank you so much for what you're doing. Everyone is really
Well, man,
appreciates it.
you're welcome. It's been yeah, it's been one. It's definitely been one, man. It's been hard to, hard to even get this thing heard, man, or anybody even take anything serious, man. It's been
Yes.
a, been a race, man. But for sure, thank you. Appreciate that, bro.
Okay, the first question I see is from Snoop Sleuth, who says, "Question for Reese: did Kagan say where he
Yeah.
got the idea for the sticks to put the sticks on?"
He did not. He did not. Uh, in fact, so no, I no, he really didn't get into a whole lot of that, right? At all.
Well, to clarify, the Reese, did he say that he put the sticks? Did either of them say who put the sticks?
I know, Keegan did, and I don't know. See, I mean, the situation is odd because it started out where there's people there. They both verified that, uh, and it's verified that some left, and I was never told if everybody left. And I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. I never really wanted to like throw names in anything because I don't know. I don't know, anybody's reason why they did what they did, or I know that it was that they wanted to appear that, because they knew they was gonna have to leave the bodies, where they took them on the final spot, and They wanted to appear as much as they could as something that somebody of Ron's age wouldn't do, so he would become a suspect because they got him as far as out as they could, but they were, they were afraid of running into people and knowing that there's, searches and stuff like that. So that's why they did that in the middle of the night before sunbreak. So, I know, but no, I mean, there's a lot that wasn't really told to me. I mean, like I've always said to people, I probably got just as many questions as anybody else, but no, he wasn't descriptive of why, but he did, explain, the patterns, and there was reasons behind his, what he was doing. I just kind of, let him talk, same as Ron, let him talk, man, because, there was a lot of questions I had, but like with, both of them, it seemed really odd because it's when I would have a question, just the way they would act. If I started digging in, and it just seemed like, especially Ron, he would shut all the way down if I started asking questions. But when it comes to, allowing him to talk, I mean, he was in his comfort zone, I guess you could say it like that, and he would just talk. And but there was a lot of questions I asked too, and he just seemed so weird, so. I got to the point where I just really realized it's just better just to let them talk, and really not even ask any questions, just because they both gave me enough information where I just, was just able to write it down day by day with both of them, and, so and a lot of it didn't make sense to me or what they were saying, but like, I wrote it all down anyway, did the best I could trying to recall it every day when I went back to my cell, right? And so,
But
a lot of
both,
it still don't make sense to me.
Mhm. But both Keegan and Ron did say that they staged the crime scene to look like witchcraft or ritual. Both of them did relay that to you.
Yes. Right. It was Keegan. It was Keegan that did it. He was describing what Keegan was doing, and he said, his best way to explain it was witchcraft signs, symbols and stuff like that. And when Keegan explained it, he said that there was a reason for the way he staged it, but he didn't flat out just say Odinism or all that stuff. He just I just took his explanation and just kind of let the conversation continue, right? But he definitely said that it was staged and there was some things done, and so I don't know, I don't know, I still don't know, man. So, but yeah, that's what he said. I
Okay,
don't
thank
know.
you. So I have a question from Bezo Jones who says, question for Reese. Did Ron
Sure.
tell you that Nick told him that when he became the DA, he would get him out of jail and he would never be prosecuted for Delphi?
Absolutely. That's exactly what he said. And I mean, and I've explained that to you too. Actually, I explained that to a lot of people. But yeah, he promised him as soon as he got in office, absolutely. He said he had nothing to worry about. Uh, he got his modification started early before he even got into office as a take it, as he was describing, he was just like, watch this, as soon as he gets in, I know I'm nothing to worry about. Uh, he said, other than that, he said if it didn't happen like that, he said he was getting really nervous, because there was a lot to, he said, he's just trying to keep, the right people where they had control of the situation. I mean, the same thing with Keegan. Keegan kind of wrote off of the fact that he felt like he had nothing to worry about because he knew Ron was protected, and to expose Ron, you know what I mean, would expose him, and he knew that Ron was protected, so he was like, so that's why he felt so confident, and he was, pretty confident, I mean, he's arrogant, he's confident,
Yeah.
that he'll never get charged, so. But yeah, it's just kind of he
Never-
was just
never
he
say
even
never.
explained, how close Ron. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said never say never, right?
Oh right, yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna come around. I mean, it's gonna come around. People just need to really push this, man. Push it with all they got. I mean, if the
Keep
right thing to
keep
do,
pushing. Yep.
for anybody. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't hear you. I don't know if
So
you're still there.
I have a question from French
Oh,
6290. He says, "Is
okay.
the shed where they kept Libby on Logan's property still standing?"
Oh, I don't know. They didn't keep her in shed. It was in a barn, is where they kept her, right? I know
Where they
there was
kept animals.
moving going on.
Mhm. So I would say
I'm sorry,
Frenchie, Reese
but
wouldn't know that because Reese hasn't been out since this happened. But what Reese was told was that Libby was put in where they kept the animals under the rabbit cages
right,
and stuff like that on a tarp, right?
I,
Am I
I
right in
see.
that?
Yeah, wrapped up in the tarp. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, it was in a barn. And I mean, it's from what I was understanding, right?
Hmm. Okay,
So.
Mandy says, I have one from Mandy who says,
Hmm.
well, I don't know. This question doesn't make sense, but I see what she's getting at. She's basically asking about Keegan leaving his
Okay.
phone at home. But we haven't got to that part of
Yeah.
the recording, but I'll let Reese answer it now. About Keegan leaving his
Okay. Well, as
phone.
far as I'm sorry.
Oh,
You
I'm
want me
sorry.
to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead. It's about Keegan leaving his phone at home.
Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Keegan did say that he left his personal phone at home. The only thing that he took with him and together to head, the direction of there in Delphi with all the burner phones. He described that he actually had a program.
Hmm. With an app running or somehow to make it look like it was being used, right? Hmm. Okay, hello. Are you still there, Reese? We had a little audio glitch here. Yeah, it looks like we're having an audio problem. Let's see.
You want me to try to call you back? Maybe it'll reset it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Like it's fixed. All right.
Okay. Cool.
I have
Cool. Cool.
another
Right on.
question.
All right.
Iva Apophis
Sounds good.
says, question,
Yeah.
what else, if anything, did Ron or Keegan say about crossing the creek? Seems like that would
Well,
be a major
I will.
ordeal.
Okay. And it is. And here's the thing. It wasn't actually said that they did. Based on I mean, because they knew the depth and everything of it. You know what I mean? I mean, so they were discussed. So there was a lot going on. You know what I mean? With there's one thing I can't really absolutely verify it happened. I believe that's how it happened, by the way it was described. But I don't want to put words in nobody's mouth either, because he didn't say, I crossed the creek, but everything that he said surrounding in the conversation, it definitely appeared that the creek was crossed.
Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry the audio cut out, but I think I fixed it now. Okay, I think I fixed it. There was an echo cancel button. I turned that off. It seems like it's working. So I apologize, audience. This is difficult, but I think we cleared that up. There's a question from someone that says, was Keegan at the party or did he come on the 14th?
No, he came, what are you talking about? He came, like during the party period, right? Like, when he said they went to clean up and all that, when they were cleaning up from the party, that he arrived before that, because it was Keegan and whoever pulled up with him is the ones that kind of jumped everybody's ass. I mean, excuse my language, that, saying, man, don't do that to the old man. They'll clean up this stuff, man. So they all got together and cleaned up. They were drinking and, so, I mean, that was kind of, that was kind of how it was explained, right?
So did Keegan describe coming in the morning when this all happened, or was it more so like real late at night, like in the early morning, like in the AM?
It was still on the 12th, right? It would be still considered on the 12th, right?
So explain that to me again, because Ricci, it's difficult, but so you're saying Keegan says he shows up on the 12th at the party with his other person?
Yeah, after they were already partying, right? Mm-hmm. And Ron said he was waiting on a couple other people to show up. Mm-hmm. Okay, he was, and two people pulled up. One of them was Keegan, and another individual pulled up with him. Two different vehicles, and so yeah, I mean, so he stayed around, and he stayed around, and eventually he told they told him to clean up the property, and this was in the. I guess it would be the 13th. I mean, if you're going into the wee hours, right?
Yeah, but still dark,
exactly
maybe. In other words,
mm-hmm. It was dark. On the 12th, the party was already, because I mean, I guess they were partying throughout the day too. A little bit. But the only thing that threw me off, Ron said that he bought alcohol for people, and I didn't know if it was kind of just being friendly, or I didn't understand it as maybe was people not of age to buy it, but it was never really said, right? He was like, I bought everybody alcohol, bought himself beer, and he was drinking with them.
You would assume that might be young people if he's buying them alcohol.
I mean, that's how I took it. But I didn't know, because I mean, I thought about it over and over, like, were they not old enough, or was he just being generous because it was his property? And I mean, I don't know. He didn't really describe, but he did say that he went and bought the alcohol for him.
Well, he said they vandalized. Did he ever say that it's because they were younger kids or something?
Yeah, he did say that. He didn't say whether whether they were kids, but that them vandalized. It was like this broken bottles and things pushed over, and there was stuff like that. So I mean, just a lot of trash. So whatever he meant by it, but he was really pissed off about it. He even seemed angry explaining it. I mean, to be honest with you.
And didn't you tell me that he kicked them off? So this started at his house, but then he kicks them off and tells them to get their ass in the cemetery.
You have 1 minute remaining.
They were going to his house to use the restroom back and forth as why, but they were supposed to stay at the graveyard, but to use the restroom and stuff, he was letting them go to the house back and forth, right? And things came out missing, and that's why he was like, no, you guys ain't doing that no more,
Okay. I know your phone's going to die. I'll let you call me right back, okay?
Oh, sure. I guess ready. Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so he'll be back. The next thing I'll ask him when he comes in is about these names you guys are mentioning and the details of this party. Now, keep in mind, this was not the central focus of their conversations, from what I understand. This was not their central focus. So maybe he doesn't have as much on this party scenario as possible as he otherwise would. But I know that what he's relayed to me is that the night before this party starts up, okay, and they're in and out of Ron's, they're all over Ron's. They start to get nuts once they get more and more drunk and maybe high, and they start vandalizing and acting a little too crazy. It pisses everyone off, okay, including Ron. And then by the next morning, Ron starts to gather all of this evidence of that party and bag it up, along with Keegan and the third individual who shall remain unnamed. And then Ron then decides to go over to the landfill with all that stuff and dispose of the evidence of it. So I'll wait for Ricci to call back. But thanks, artist, for that question. And let me see. Okay, I'll answer this while we're waiting here. Did either Keegan or Ron say how Abby ended up wearing Libby's clothes? Yes. From what Ricci told me, once Libby was placed in the tarp, oh, here he comes.
All right.
Okay, we're here.
Okay, I'm here. We're back.
Yes. Sorry about that.
All right. You gonna put it on mute, then? Okay.
All right. Yeah. So they were asking about
okay.
As far as like finishing off with this party, did they ever say any names or anything about any of the people who were there that you remember?
Man, dude, I've been asked that a million times, and they hadn't, at all. I know the thing that I found out for sure about that this other individual was, Keegan's father. There's a reason that I believe that. It wasn't just, it's just not just a random belief. It's just, there's things that he said that, that just, I'll just say that just made me believe that. But, man, they both would not talk about names. He was just talking about protecting his dad and hoping his dad could protect him, and that's what. And he would throw that in there, within conversation. So so it was kind of lightweight telling me, without telling me that, because he was talking about his friend, his dad was going to roll on him, and his dad thought he was going to roll on him too, right? So, but if you had nothing to worry about, or if he wasn't there, or whatever, then what, he kept repeatedly saying that. It just told me just through common sense that, that it was his dad. But I wish on everything that if I knew that this case would come down to what it came down to, I would have dug harder, right? But, I thought, at the time, what I was getting was going to be good enough to, help out, right? But,
you did the best you could at the time with what you
had. I did.
So I have a question from Louise Cuevas. She says, have you communicated, okay, before trial, had you communicated with any YouTubers or anything like that?
No, I didn't, man. I wasn't really talking to anybody until after the trial.
Okay, another question. Did you ever have a visit with Monica Wallow? Well, I don't think so because he wasn't at Westville.
No, right. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Let's see. Trying to skip over the questions that I already know are pointless questions, so apologize, y'all. Okay, there was a question about dressing Abby. So people are asking, why was Abby dressed after she was nude, and why was she in Libby's clothes? Do you have any thoughts on that?
because they was going to take her. I mean, they was planning to take her and keep her. So they had her get back dressed to where it didn't look suspicious that they're running around with a naked girl, right?
Yeah. Bottom line, that so I would assume this, Reese, if those clothes are wet,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to put on them little skinny
Mm-hmm.
jeans once they're wet. So they probably got the bigger jeans and the bigger clothes and put back on the girl
Yeah.
because those clothes were wet. So
Right.
that, I think that answers the question.
Yeah.
And this is brings it to another point.
Sure.
It's a New Day says, why take off
Mm-hmm.
their clothes if there's no sexual assault? So what do you think about that?
Man, you know what? I asked it a million times. I mean, that's my question. I've asked, I deep in my heart, man, I thought that they were sexually assaulted, but neither one of them said that they did. And that's one thing I even asked Keegan too. I was like, man, you didn't do nothing, because he kept Abby at Ron's house in the bathroom, at his house while he was gone, while he went to Lafayette. So he just kept her, in the bathroom. I'm like, man, really didn't do nothing to her, nothing like that. And he was like, and he said no, because he was freaking out so bad. He kept going and looking out windows the whole time, waiting for Ron to go leave. And he was looking out the window because he was looking for a good time to leave. He was supposed to leave out there, right? And he said he just never got comfortable, what I mean, to where he could leave, right? But that's a good question. I mean, I'm telling you what, because I've wondered the same thing, man.
Well, I have a question for you. This is coming from my
Sure.
mind because I think I know why they were nude. I mean, didn't you say that they were taking pictures of these girls?
They did take pictures of them, and actually, yeah, that's when Keegan left state. He was talking about, selling the pictures out when he was out of state. When he went out to Nevada or whatever. He said that he was sadly, he was, talking about how, he couldn't tell, the oldest girl's pictures that were making fun of her and stuff, of her weight and stuff like that. And just, he was really like, I mean, it was really, he's this disgusting dude when it comes down to it. I mean, and after all that, to sit back and make fun of a girl and her body, especially when he looks the way he did, I mean, I just, it was, but.
So let me
He did
backtrack
say
on
he
that,
took the
Reese.
pictures himself, right?
Yeah, let's backtrack on that. So what you're saying, and this is coming from Keegan, not Ron, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying
Yeah.
that
Ron
Keegan
said that
told
the
you
pictures
that
taken
they
too.
took pictures
He
of
said he
these
did
nude
take 'em.
girls and they brought those pictures to Las Vegas to try to sell?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what he said, right? I mean, that was his business. I mean, he bragged about the money him and his dad made, running these, videos, operating these, just dealing in that pedophile stuff, man. I mean, he was just like talk about it like running a little business. I mean, he was just proud of the money, and yeah, they both definitely said that there were pictures taken. Now, Ron Logan said that he didn't personally, and he said that he really didn't agree with it. I mean, he did say that himself. And, I feel like that Ron Moore got jammed in it. You know what I mean? More so because he said that that he was being blackmailed by that they used the pictures and him being involved in that stuff, like they were going to flip on him if they didn't let him use his property to bring the girls down to, right? And then that ultimately it wasn't his plan. But he said, but that's when I state that he said he went too far, that's what he's referring to, because he just it wasn't supposed to go that far.
So what you're saying is
At
that
all,
Keegan
in his mind.
Keegan and those guys were sort of forcing Ron to go along with the rest of it by saying, we got this,
Yeah.
we'll snitch on you for the CSAM we've been selling you, or you're
Exactly.
in possession.
I mean, that's exactly right. I mean, that's exactly what happened.
And so,
I mean, but
these photos of these girls,
Hmm.
were there photos before they were dead and nude, and then were there photos of the crime scene after?
There was so many things he wasn't clear. I've wondered the same thing, right? I mean, because I mean, there's still parts that don't make sense. When once I thought it through, it still didn't make sense to me. I know, I just know that there was pictures taken, and I don't know if they were doing it of the crime itself. I don't know if it was a group. I know that they had pictures, and I don't know what part or when they even got the pictures taken. But there was definitely pictures taken.
And they tried
You
to go
know,
sell these photos in Vegas afterwards, and Keegan is mocking that Libby's
yeah,
overweight and he can't sell them.
yeah. He said he couldn't sell them well like he thought, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's definitely pictures out there of them girls. I mean, that was like, as he made that super clear, right? I mean, that was definitely, he made that clear.
There's another question. Did Keegan ever say that he recognized either of the girls from social media, from interacting with them on social media? Tell us about that part.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I know that he went to Libby there, right? And he was the one that lured her there. He made that, I mean, that was clear, but he would not get exactly into, as far as, he talked about, pretty much stalking other kids, I mean, under young girls too, trying to, get to know them and using different profiles and stuff like that. But, he's the one that lured supposed to be Libby, there. Right. So,
okay.
Yeah, I just wish I was clear on a lot because, I mean, I'm kind of like, stuck on a lot of the questions and stuff and even trying to explain it because, I mean, it's like, even as I discuss it, I still have questions like, man, where a lot don't make sense to me still, I don't know. I could only explain, to how it was told to me. And I mean, that's the best I can really do. Right. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I wish
that's
I
all you're
could
expected to do.
too.
Yeah. That's all
anyone
would expect, Reese.
Yeah. And I mean, and this is the whole time why I've tried my best, to be as transparent, but people kind of try to catch you up, by well, then why don't you know this? Why don't you know that? Well, because I wasn't there for one, and number two, these are just things that were told to me, like I ever told you before, man. I didn't know if I was being told the truth. I was uncomfortable talking to the detectives and stuff about it because I'm like, man, I'm gonna look like a fool, man, if this dude's feeding me shit. Then I'm like, man, I couldn't see an old man making that stuff up, man. So I just, at the time, I was like,
I saw another one. I hate to ask you to go back over this, but what about the story about locking up Abby in Ron's bathroom? Like, could you tell that fresh for us? Someone's asking about it. Hold on a second, Reese. I'm sorry, the audio's glitching. Let me try this trick again. All right, let's give it a try now.
okay, do you want me to repeat that or did you understand that? Okay,
Yeah, it's back. It's back.
I'm here too.
Oh yeah, so the time period where they're saying they locked Abby up in the bathroom, this is when the search is starting to happen on the morning of the 14th, right? Am I wrong? Or is this in the evening of the
Right. Yeah.
13th?
No, you're right. This was after that she was abducted, right? And that she was taken. She was ended up being taken to the house. They, you know, so I don't, and I know that they went back for Libby. Yeah, yes, and Libby, whatever. But I know they went back for her. So, which told me. I mean, she never met shit. She, they, but they said that she, appeared that she was already deceased, right? But she wasn't. But
So now someone's asking about
mhm.
what was the idea of kidnapping the first. You remember you said they were going for Libby. They had lured Libby out there. They were
Right.
planning to take Libby. What was this idea you told me about taking her out of state? Can you go back over who said that and what was said about that?
This was, I mean, that's, well, here's the thing. What it was that they were going to end up taking Abby out of state because they already had her alive, right? But he was wanting to take her, they wanted to take, Libby as well from the beginning. But, after everything had happened, but he didn't say out of state. I honestly, with her, with Libby, I didn't know if he meant out of state. I assumed it was out of state because that's what he said he was going to ultimately do with Abby. So I mean, it's that's kind of where it fell with me, where as I understood it.
Oh,
right?
I see. So you're talking about with both. They talked about with both girls taking them away.
No. They were going to take Libby originally because she was the one that was planned to be met up with, right? Okay, when they were both there, and after that happened was when after everything transpired, and what happened to Libby happened, they still had Abby, and that's why they were arguing about if they were going to, because he was just going to take her. At that point, she was still alive. She was at the house. He was like, well, and neither one of them wanted to hurt her, right? I mean, I know it sounds weird, but they both said that clearly, man. I mean, they couldn't decide who was going to do what to her, neither one of them wanted to do it. And he just ultimately said, well, that he was going to go ahead and take Abby out, right? I would say so, but they couldn't even make it off the property, I know when Ron got back, he said he got back from Lafayette. He said that he went out there with he let Keegan stay at his house, but he went out to search with people out there searching because he said that he knew it would make him look even more guilty because he left, and he said he started getting paranoid. So he said that he just dressed up and just went out there and just where people could see him looking. And he said that, pretty much, Keegan's the one that told him to go do that, to where people could say, oh, yeah, he was out there looking. That was kind of the plan that, to make him seen and, make it look like that he was worried and, stuff like that, so he went out there and searched and talked to people and stuff like that, trying to, make it look like he wasn't really even part of anything, right?
There's another question here that's interesting.
Okay.
For Ricci, it says, did Ron ever tell you he was the man on the bridge, that he was bridge guy?
He absolutely said he was the man on the bridge.
Oh, he did?
He did. Oh, yeah. I've said this several times. It's known that's before that, even in the report, it says, that I stated that it was him on the bridge, right?
So you're saying Ron said that was himself on the bridge?
He said it was absolutely him on the bridge. Absolutely.
Boy. Okay.
Yeah.
Now they're asking they're asking questions about Vegas. So before you leave, I know your time's going to be running short.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop with the questions, guys, and I'm going
to have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. I think that's on your end, I think. Maybe.
Okay. When you call back, can you call back and tell us everything you heard those guys say about Vegas, especially Keegan, what he did, what he was
I will.
getting, what is?
Yeah, I mean, I will. I don't know a lot about it though because that wasn't talked about a lot. But I know, why they took off. Him and his dad, right? But they didn't say exactly what they did. Besides the picture thing. But they were trying to get out of Dodge. Is all I knew. But yeah, I mean, I'll call back. But yeah, I really can't touch on a lot on that because I really don't know, right? So.
Okay, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. Thanks a lot, Reese, for the patience.
Yeah, you're fine, buddy. I'll call you right back.
All right, highly concerning, y'all. Let's see. That's why Ron redid his bathroom. Yeah. They bleached. You're going to hear in the recording later. They bleached down that bathroom and then redid it. Let's see. I'm waiting on him to call back. Let's see. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do, y'all, we're going to do one more little segment with Reese and then allow him to have the rest of his evening off. And then we'll continue with the recordings that we've already made. The most interesting thing I want to hear from Reese is what Keegan specifically told him about Vegas and about the aftermath and coming back and why to go and all the questions about Vegas. So I'm hoping he calls back and he can kind of pull up some memories in regard to Vegas. Let's see.
Are you there, Diane?
Hello.
Hello. I'm here.
Oh, you hear me? Hey, what's up, Reese?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, do me a favor. I mean, if you will explain to people, man, that I have a stutter and a Tourette's issue, right? That's
Oh yeah, I had
jumbled
someone
all
say
over.
it in the chat.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want people to misunderstand. You know what I mean?
Well, people are assholes, man. Let me pull this down. I have some on the screen. Pull it down. Look, people are fucking assholes. If you're over here judging Reese over his medical issue, where he tends to have trouble sometimes if he gets anxious speaking fluently, you need to leave. Okay, because this is important. This is not about trifling shit. So anybody in the chat, time them out if there's any problems. But I don't see any. But yeah, Reese, we're not worried about that.
Right.
We know where your heart is, bro.
I take medicine for it. It's a mild Tourette syndrome, right? So I mean, I be jumping all over and stuttering.
No,
it's hard for me.
We're following you just fucking fine.
Okay. Okay.
I was hoping you could dredge up some memories if you have any more about any mention of Vegas, like whether Keegan was saying what happened before with Vegas, what happened during, what happened after, any money involved, any plans, anything about Vegas, just since we're on that little angle.
The most he said they hit him and his dad, felt the pressure coming on and they knew that they had to get out of Dodge is what he said. Now, I mean, he didn't tell me a lot about it at all. I really don't have anything to say about what they did besides that he had people up there, that some friends and stuff that kind of dealt in the same child little ring, whatever you want to call it, up there with him, and that he took some stuff up there to get rid of and stuff like that, and that they were planning to just stay away from Indiana, that they knew that they were got to go down, so
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
I really don't
this
know a
also
lot,
follows what
you
he
know.
said to other inmates that he's been
Hmm.
in the dorms with. So,
Right.
okay.
Yeah. I wish he did, where I could, but I don't have any information on it exactly. I don't.
Well, anything else you want to say before we cut you loose?
There's, you know, he's gonna, he's gonna be. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Reese. The audio glitched. You're back.
You
So
know,
you're back.
no, okay, okay. Well, do you want me to?
Sure. Yeah, I was just
Did
saying
you want me to
anything
read?
else you want to say. I'm sorry the audio's kind of in and out, but it's
Oh
the
yeah,
YouTube.
I'll,
So
I'll yeah, I'll repeat again. I don't know, if I heard, but the thing, with Keegan Klein, right? I mean, people believe that it's safe to, not push his case because he's in prison, and he got his little deal off his child pornography thing that he had going. But people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand how prison works. That you don't serve all your time in prison. You get good time off. You also get additional time for GEDs, maybe substance abuse, different programs and stuff. This guy's gonna be out of prison a hell of a lot sooner than people really believe him, or really think, right? I mean, and like I've stated before, people need to really push for the facts, man. I've stated before, man. I don't expect anybody to believe me. I would be suspicious if somebody comes from prison given any information. I mean, you're supposed to, especially with something so sensitive, right? But you know, uh, I think people really need to push harder for facts, man, and really kind of drive this home and expose people, expose the police and there's a lot of corruption, man. I'm telling you, Nicholas McClellan, man, he has egg on his face all day, and I know his story, and I think that's why McClellan tried to keep me out, of the situation as much as he had because he knows I talked to his buddy, and I have information on him and their relationship, and what's really going on. He don't want me in the picture, and I think people really need to make noise, man. I mean, to get the right people to investigate this, right? I think the feds need to come in and just take completely over, man. I mean, it's just, and that just people really need to push, right? Let us do what they can, I mean, as I said, I don't expect anybody to believe me, but people need to start pushing for the facts and really start getting things exposed. I think they need to get Keegan's dad and deposition him and push on him. I think he would break. I think he would come clean. The problem is, I don't think Nicholas McClellan wants him to,
nobody wants
and I mean,
nobody wants nobody on that side wants this shit solved. This is a cover
but
up of all
it
this.
is,
Yeah.
you know, and I mean, even Keegan said even his dad had connections all around, even selling child porn to people in the higher ups and stuff too, and I don't know even who them people were, but I didn't know if he was just trying to, if he felt like that was some bragging right stuff or what, like, all these connections and this and that. But, after seeing everything I've seen, I believe there is,
Hey, say
I
that
believe
again,
that
Reese.
there's a lot
Say
of
that
people.
again. Say that again. Say that again slower. What did you just say?
Okay. No, what I'm saying is that Keegan, he would brag with his dad how his dad would do business, sell different types of things to the people in the higher ups. Talking about maybe in political figures. I mean, that he made it sound like so he it was one of them things where that's why everybody's so comfortable of who's been handling this case because there's a lot of more at stake. You know what I mean? Then if it's got exposed in its totality, man, it'd be ugly, man. But I know that they were selling child pornography to definitely an attorney. He said an attorney, stuff like that, and talking about that's why he was bragging about the money so much. He was like, yeah, man, he's selling to attorneys and these people, and I didn't believe him. I mean, at first, I really didn't. I didn't know if it was true or not. I didn't know anything he was saying was true or not, man. But when he started touching on the Ron Logan stuff and started getting a little more into things that only I knew Ron told me, that he wouldn't have known, I mean, unless he was there, and then I started taking it real serious. That's when I came around and, I was, just said, man, I'm going to do everything I can, man, to get this information out there, right? But.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job. You're doing a wonderful job, man.
Right. Well,
what
I just think
what we think is this is what we're thinking is that they're covering up this shit for the very reason you just stated. That Keegan's activities selling this shit opens a door into all of these higher ups.
Yeah, right. Pandora box, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, and that came straight from him. But he explained that he said that he felt comfortable with the Ron situation because with Ron, between with Ron, that Ron had close connections to these people that they knew that no matter what they weren't going to set out the Logan's name, and he said that if it did get set out. And the like Nicholas McClellan, all them clowns, man. If it did get set out, you know what I mean, it would expose a lot more. That's why he said that that he felt confident that he was going to be all right. That that he wasn't going to ever get charged. He feels protected, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so same thing Ron said. Ron, I mean, look at it like this. How does a prostitute? Okay, in the middle, they had him in here for a reason. They need to do more investigations on him, so they put him in here in the protected custody. And he comes out with this information, and I relay it to him. Then tell me how is it that after the detectives left here, that they contact Ron Logan through his family, telling him to quit talking. Don't talk anymore. Somebody's in there talking, throwing your name out. Somebody, and you know what I mean? So that happened within not even a full week of them detectives leaving. He knew somebody was in here talking. Now, think about it. You know what I mean? That's how close knit this stuff was with trying to protect his name and telling him to shut his mouth and don't open your mouth. You're talking to somebody. And he happened to think it was somebody else that he lived with, his roommate, that was telling on him. And he told me this. He was like, oh man, dude, I was told, man, to quit talking, man, my roommate. And, so I was just like, man, quit talking to him. Don't talk to him anymore. Be careful, man. And I'm sitting there, he made me a nervous wreck. Like, oh shit, man. These police came up and talked to me. You know what I mean? I tell them the information that was valid information. I mean, that was, that, evidentiary things, that was what legitimate stuff. And you turn around, you know what I mean, and contact this man, tell him to shut his mouth and feel so nervous about it, you modify him out to get him away from people where he quit talking. Man, you're trying to hide something. I mean, that's pretty disgusting, man. But the way I thought about it, what if these guys got this dude to freak out if I was the only one he talked to and came and ran a knife in me or something? You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. Like, You know, I mean, it's already, he already showed that he would murder something. You know what I mean? So I'm sitting there thinking, man, these guys are dangerous, man. You know, like, you know, you sit there telling this man that, then you modify him out, you reward him after having the information of being the murderer of these girls, you reward him by opening the prison gate and saying, go ahead and go home. You know, it wasn't just protecting him, they were trying to protect their own asses. You know, I mean, you know, it blew me away, man. You know, so I'm in here, I was really freaking out. Like, you know, I couldn't believe it. You know, it just didn't make any sense. I'm like, how the hell are these guys going to come, you know, and tell this guy that I just pretty much that I pretty much sat him out. I told on him, you know, and now even a week later, you know, I just, you know, and you know, luckily, you know, he was talking to his bunkie about it and stuff too. And I told the detectives that, go talk to his bunkie. He's talking to his bunkie in there too, because his bunkie would be like, man, you know, he killed them girls, right? And I kept trying to tell him, man, like, you need to let it be known, man, what he's telling you. You know, quit playing, man. But the detectives won't even come and talk to him. Yeah. You know, I told him straight up, hey, this guy has information too. Pull him out. They wouldn't even pull him out. You know, and I'm like, man, this is really strange. You know,
well, I agree, Ricci.
I didn't understand it at the time, but I get it now, though, you know.
Well, Ricci, thank you so much. Look, I know your phone's going to cut off soon, so I just want to thank you. God bless you. We love you, man. And I'm going to let everyone know how to contact you and Diana, okay? Oh, I think we lost him. I think we lost him just in time. So hopefully he heard me saying that. Hopefully he heard that. Okay, so let's get serious again. Okay, so that was a wonderful surprise. Okay, a wonderful surprise to get to talk to Ricci on the spot, but you know it's getting late for him. Now, I don't know why people are coming in to disrupt. Okay, but we will not be derailed by all of you in the chat. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the entire chat in timeout. Okay. And I'm going to get serious again. So what's happening now is you are seeing the shit hit the fan. Okay. You are starting to see the shit hit the fan. People are going to be acting out of character. These sleepers who've been in this community for years, you're going to see more and more with this information surfacing. People are going to be stepping out of character because they are in full-on fucking freak out mode because the jig is up. This game is over. And so this is an ongoing conversation. We will have Ricci back. Okay, we will have Ricci back. Matter of fact, this is how this is going to work in the chat. Okay, you're permanently banned if you fuck with me. Okay, so congrats. So you're already about 5 of you out of here permanently. So I want to get 5 more before the end of the night. So keep your shit up. We see what you're doing. Okay, got it?
Larry at first. So, oh yeah, go ahead.
This thing with Ron. So how many times, like the story you just told me, how many conversations with Ron you think this unfolded over? Like how many times y'all talked where this all was told to you?
Probably about 40. I mean,
Oh, that's a
he was
lot.
my neighbor. We talked. Yeah,
Okay.
oh yeah, we talked every single day. I mean, every single day. We drank coffee in the mornings. He really wouldn't. I would actually tell him not to talk to other people because I was trying to make it look like I was on his side.
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
get
like,
it.
be careful talking to these other people, and just kind of, and I built a trust with him, and but that was the only way to get him to really start trusting, and I mean, but it worked. I mean, it did work. Over time, it worked,
Yeah.
So
How long a period of time was he housed next to you? Like, how long do you know about how many months or whatever in
I would
total?
say about he was here about right at a year, but we was housed right next to each other for about 7 months. You know, and like I said, we spoke every single day. So
Yeah, so in your feeling, like just in your gut, you feel that he was basically telling you the truth, confiding in you with the truth, with his feelings and shit.
um, Prof, I absolutely deep in my heart know he was telling the truth. I mean, I just do. I mean, that couldn't have been made up, and who could or would make that up? I mean, it was just too. I mean, there was times he shed tears. There was times that he seemed, I don't know, I hate to say it like this, but almost like a really odd excitement to tell the story. I mean, there was other times that he was really feeling himself and kind of tearing up, like talking about how far it went and and just how much in trouble he believed he was in, and I mean, it just
Hmm.
stuff like that. Yeah, I completely 110% believe that he was telling the truth. I mean, it's just there's just no way to convince me any different.
Okay. So this part of the story, kind of where I got a little confused, is you say he was saying he showed the gun and I guess brought them down maybe to the driveway under the bridge or something, like down, and that's when the little
Yeah.
Abby took off or wanted to.
No, this was later on after they were cuffed, and later on during the heading towards the properties. I guess they went to get undressed or something where he went to where he was going to uncuff him, and he was talking about how her little wrist slipped through the cuff, and
Oh,
that she took off, and that the older girl was telling her to go, and they were Ron was yelling at her, to come back, and but yeah, that was like later on once they got closer to the property. I was taking it, but that
okay.
wasn't right away. He said he exposed the gun to just exposed it. Is all he said. He said, this gun was exposed, and pretty much that they fell in line. That's how you know what was
And so
described.
the way it sounds, so this was before they crossed the water, because it sounds like he
Yeah,
like he attacked Libby, left her on the one side the water, and then he brought Abby across the water, and then later he
I
had to
was
come
never
back
too sure.
across. Okay, I see. Yeah.
I was never too sure. I'll be honest with you. I'm still not sure. There was parts, and I had so many questions myself, but it just seemed like to me that the more I start asking questions, he would get cold feet.
Hmm.
And here was the thing too. I had a cellie, a somebody I lived with. I mean, to put it that way, that kept asking me questions because Ron kept coming to my door and talking to me through the door, and Ron ended up opening up to him a little bit, not as much, but a little bit. And my celly went off on him, and which just really pissed me off. And Ron didn't talk to me about 4 or 5 days. Just kind of, you know, I don't know. I take it as nervous. It's the way I was taking it. And I told the police this, the detectives this, and they wouldn't even pull him up. And he was willing to come and talk to him up there at the front. The police wouldn't come pull him out to talk to him even. Nothing. I mean, just absolutely. There was just so much that I had to offer to show them that this was truthful. Through the investigation and speaking to them up here, and they just would not take anything. They would not take any offer I had to. anything, offered to wire up, everything. I mean, they just were not interested in anything I had whatsoever. Did I personally believe they didn't believe me? Yeah, I believe they didn't believe me at first, but once I got to certain parts of it, I could tell, by looking at them and then wanting to get up and talk off on the side, that, I just felt like they were trying to sidestep me from, being able to just explain what happened all the way through, and if it came down to, wanting to wire up or anything like that, they would change the subject and, start. I mean, it was odd, it was an odd situation.
Let's talk about that. Okay,
I
so
just,
did this happen after Ron left when you talked with them? Did Ron
no, he was still
leave?
here.
Oh, okay. So
No,
he's
he was
still
still here.
there.
I was able to, yeah, I was able to wire up and go in the dorm. We were still neighbors. I mean,
Okay. Okay,
when
so tell me how did that transpire? Like, did they just show up one day wanting to talk to you, or did you request? Would you mind telling that story real
well,
quick about when they came?
yeah, I have a friend. She contacted the FBI and they told her, uh, they were just taking information. But when she gave the part that the youngest girl was taking, they were interested in that, and uh, I was taking it that there was some truth that they knew about it, and that's when they stopped and said, we're going to get somebody up there right away, and that's when the Cleveland sent a state police officer and a guy that did what do you call them, the you know a lie detector's test, brought them up here, and so when they when they were up here, they I walked in there and it was just I mean they were just, you could tell they were here because they had to be here. They didn't want to be here to really try to figure anything out or listen or give me a chance to talk or nothing. I mean, they would not, nothing. I mean, and I believe personally, because I have a stuttering issue, that they were looking at me crazy because I was stuttering, which I understood, and I explained that to them. That I have, Tourette's. I have a Tourette's syndrome, and I also, stutter like extremely bad. And I was trying to explain this to them, and they were, just awkwardly, trying to push the conversation other places. And they first started when they came here was because when the lady made the report on my behalf, she told them, she said that he declines that I decline any kind of money, reward. That it wasn't about that I completely decline it. I just need somebody to get up here and listen to, what was said, and but their interest was, why would you decline any money? Who would decline money? That don't make no sense. Why would you do that? That just makes no sense. What else do you want? Or you want? I mean, is it you wasn't? I mean, it was just really wild. It was like I felt like I was getting interrogated. And I'm like, like, dude, I'm a father. You know what I mean? I have kids, man. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me reporting something without, wanting something in return? They're like, well, that just don't make sense. That just don't. Is it media attention? Is it this and that?
Hmm.
And like I explained to them, I said, well, let me tell you something that you don't understand, you don't know. This stuff will get me killed in prison, man. Media attention. What do you mean? I mean, the last thing I want to do is put my face out there and be in a prison snitch. I mean, so no, media attention doesn't do me any justice. Besides, it's going to probably put a knife in my back before you know it. So no, it's not media attention. It's not that I want money. It's not none. I just need you to listen. And I explained to him. I said, man, I'm a father, man.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I just explained I wanted this stuff be known, and and just to go follow the information, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's all I asked for, right?
Did either of those guys identify themselves as FBI to you?
Well, one of them was the guy that was doing the Texas test. He was to the FBI, I guess, and one of them identified himself as a state police sent up to Delphi, Carroll County, that was stationed up there.
Okay. We'll pick it up on the
So,
next call. Okay. All right.
yeah, for sure. I
All
got
right. Let's keep going because you could
you.
it's
Okay.
sounding good now. It's sounding
Okay.
good. So
Sure.
I
Sure.
wanted to
Sure.
ask you
Okay.
about this polygraph. So you just
Sure.
said that you believe one of them was from FBI and the other was from McClellan, like one of the Carroll County or state police.
As they described it. I
Is
mean, I
it
don't know anything as a hard fact, but I
right?
mean, that's kind of how they described it as I was there. So, I
So
mean,
let me
you
ask you
know.
this about it. So they hook you up, right? Did they hook you up
Mhm.
to the device and then did they chit
They
chat with you
did.
for a while to like establish a baseline and just ask you normal
No.
questions or whatever?
I was I was not asked a single question, not a yes or no question. I wasn't asked. It was all argumentative the whole time. Everything was a back and forth scenario. We was all angry, there was not one question, one time, not for 1 second, that they said, "Did this happen?" or "Are you telling the truth?" or nothing. There was never a yes or no. There was none of that the whole time. You know, I, the whole time. Uh, Matter of fact, it got to the point where I took the stuff off. I'm like, man, I'm done with you guys, man, because I mean, it just kept going back to what my motive was the whole
Mm-hmm.
time. I mean, there was no. I mean, they set a camera up right in front of my face. A thing where it was recorded. They informed me, hey, okay, we're recording you. We're recording you with this video thing. We're gonna, we're gonna get the audio sound and lay that there, and I agree, that was fine, whatnot, and uh, so I mean, everything was, set up, but no, I mean, like they said they lost it all. They lost the recording. They lost the video. They lost the questions.
Typical.
But there was no questions. That's why they say that they lost the questions, is because there was never a question in to begin with. Not once, not one question. I swear, I wish I could explain to you, man. These people have not asked me one question. I was up there. Now, when McClellan later on tried to cover his rear, saying that I failed miserably, was his exact words. There was no questions. There was no real. It was, everything that I said, described, especially to Andy Baldwin when he was here. Nick McClellan later on denied it, but he had no evidence to back anything he set up. He supposedly lost everything. And he tried to throw his own narrative on it, which was all a lie, every bit of it. He tried to even say the fact that, and he was trying to like divert certain things I said, like the phone. Okay. When I said that Ron Logan took the battery out of the phone when he was coming back in from Lafayette, that McClellan jumped in there on, I believe it was a podcast or something, and he was saying or a YouTube, or yeah, same thing. And he jumped on there and said, oh, well, he had been lying about these phones because the phones were smartphones and you can't take batteries out of them, this and that. However, like I said during the interview, if he produced the audio, I even described to them that Ron Logan explained to me he had a flip phone. That was his personal phone. Now, he took the battery out of that because he didn't want it to he didn't want it to show that he was going to battlefield when he was leaving Lafayette. So he took his battery out there, and then he ended up putting it back in like soon after. But McClellan didn't want to state that. He was trying to divert it as like, oh, like I was talking about the girls' phones, the smartphones, and I was never. It was, if he produced the audio, people would have been able to see what was really said.
Uh-huh.
But he was trying to do everything he could to make me look like a liar, trying to, take it. I mean, but he couldn't really say much because, I mean, everything that I spoke did end up becoming the evidence. Now, I've stated all this, and I gave, and the information that came out was in 2017. I didn't know any of what actually happened through the case. I didn't know if I was being told the truth, or not. I really didn't know. I mean, I know as much as, you know what I mean, as anybody else. However, when it came to after Ron Logan's trial, and I'm watching it on TV, I was watching it on court TV, the trial after they were coming out and speaking of, the case. Everything they were coming out talking about off court TV was everything I told Nick McClelland and them on this case, and the polygraph examiner and the detective that came up here was all the information I gave them, and they were taking the same information that I gave them and putting it on Richard Allen, and it blew my mind. I mean, all the way to the type of knife it was, to the throats being cut. It blew my mind. They actually took every single word I said and just really built a case on another individual, and this was all the way back in 2017. I mean, a couple months after the murders occurred, I didn't know none of that.
When
I
so this
didn't know,
polygraph, when was that? What year was that?
Yeah, I believe it was still in 2017. It was in
Wow.
2017. I would
Okay.
say probably in November, I would say. Probably October, November. Ron was still here. We're still neighbors. And like I told them, I said, you know what? And I was pretty pissed off. Don't get me wrong. But I really was. I was really pissed at the way they were acting. I said, do me a favor. Give me 45 minutes. I said, I will try in 30 minutes. Give me a recording device. When I go back to the dorm, I will be on cameras. There's cameras all over this prison. I will be on cameras everywhere. You'll see who I'm talking to. Give me that recording device. You don't have to believe a word I'm telling you today. I'm gonna let him tell you. Because every time we got together, he'd get talking. He'd get talking. He'd start asking questions. I said he'll more likely about 95% will have you a full confession within 45 minutes. And I truly meant that with all my heart, that this guy was talking like that, and I was like and you know how stupid I would look if they were like, yeah, let's do that. And they sit me in there and he wouldn't say a word about it or something, you know what I mean? I would look like a fool, and a sick fool, as a matter of fact. And they just would not take it up. They would not take it up, and I offered several times, and that's why I got frustrated. That's why we started going kind of back and forth, because I could not understand what type of investigator investing 2 murders of 2 poor little children would not take. I mean, that's the golden thing, you know what I mean? To any investigation is a confession, and being recorded, and they just would not take it. They didn't want to know, they just didn't. They just didn't want to. They just wanted to shut me up, man. They were just done. They were acting like they were wanting to get out here. I was just done trying to tell them. I'm like, I don't know. Call my roommate in here and talk to him. Why don't you guys do that? Like, no, we don't need to do that. Stuff like that. I'm like, okay, send me in there. Let's get this on the recorder. You don't have to take my word. Take that information and look more into it. Why aren't you guys taking that? They're like, oh, you don't worry about that. That's all they're saying. You don't worry about that. You don't worry about that. Everything will be okay. Let's just keep going here. And I would do anything from the bottom of my heart. Wish that they'd come up with that audio and play that audio and let people see the truth. Of how this investigation really went. And the things they were saying and the things they were trying to leave out and the way they were, it was so bizarre. I actually, afterwards, I went back and I started crying. I thought, man, there's something going on with this case. And I didn't know what it was at the time. But I'm like, man, there's no way that these people up here investigating it at that stature, came up here wanting to solve this case and would refuse all them things I had to offer. They instead made it about me. made it about what my intentions were. What was I doing? Why? Who would ever? I mean, that was their question. Who would ever refuse this money? Who would ever refuse this money? Why would you refuse it? And that's what the whole setting was about. I'm like, are you guys out your fucking minds? Excuse my language, but I mean, are you? I mean, that's just how I, that's how I came to them. Like, you guys are. I said, man, you guys are just. I'm just confused. And that's why I was stuttering. I was so angry. I'm like, man, dude. I'm like, this is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. And I mean, it was really odd, man. I mean, it was the weirdest thing I think I've probably been through. I would never imagined. I really thought I was going to be able to get up there and give them information. I didn't expect them to believe me for a minute. I really didn't, and I don't blame them. They're not supposed to, but please take this information and look into it. Start, pull my cellmate out. Send me in there. Let's get this recording on the road. Let's get this stuff going. But they were, and I mean, and here was the other thing. I mean, if they had that recording, here was the even more odd than anything else. So what they did was say, okay, well, you take all the events of everything you've been told, out the case, of what you want to tell us, and whatever you feel is more significant, you put it within this paragraph and a half, and write it down. So I started asking the questions like, what would you feel would be more important? These are long conversations through a long period of time. So, you just do the best you can. You just do the best you can. I'm thinking, man, this is bizarre. But I did exactly what they said. I wrote, I don't know, probably a paragraph and a half, whatever it ended up to be. Then their question was, is this true, complete, inaccurate? Okay, well, of course it's true. Is it complete? No, it's not complete, because you told me to write a quick narrative, so no, I mean, it's not complete, and is it accurate? I don't know. I mean, this is just information being given to me, so this is my response to them, and they're like, wanting one direct response, and if I say anything else, I'd be saying, okay, well, if I say, well, no, it's not accurate, but if I'm, using the same answer, then I would have to also say, no, it's not true. There wasn't one direct answer, yes or no. And I thought, man, this is just a trick shot. You guys are just really playing games here, man. And what kind of information can you get out of a paragraph and a half after 9 months of conversations? I mean, I don't know what's more important to you. I don't know, I don't know what, they were just up here playing games. It was, man, I just really hope somehow they can get these audios somehow still, which I don't see it happening now, because, I mean, it would show that they're lying. I mean, that they're saying that, I miserably failed. Well, they're miserably failed to do their jobs the correct way, because, I mean, they're covering asses. They're hiding stuff. I mean, point blank. But I've learned what that was later on. Like Ron Logan told me, he's good friends with Nick McClellan, and McClellan was going to modify him out. I mean, that's what he told me. I wasn't sure if I believed him or not. But then after I even spoke to the detectives about him being, part of this case, confessing this case, they modify him out a month later. Not that he does his time. They modify him out of prison. Let him go home early on house arrest, and I mean, you talk about a mind blower. I mean, I thought, man, this is the weirdest, this is the most, I mean, you couldn't, I mean, it was really odd,
So he told you
Ron Logan,
he's friends with McClellan and or his family or something, and that he was going to get him
the
out,
family, and
essentially.
yeah, he said that he was going to end up modifying him out, that he was talking to his brother, and that he was going to modify him out, point blank, that supposedly he didn't believe he did it, and stuff like that, and that he was going to get him out of prison, not to worry about nothing. A month later, man, I'm telling you, a month after I said that he confessed to his crimes, they sent in a petition to modify him, and they granted within a week. I mean, like saying, yeah, okay, gave him a court date, and I'm talking a court date a couple of weeks later. I thought, man, there is something going on, man. I mean, it just did not make any sense whatsoever. Nothing did. I thought, man, this is just the weirdest stuff. I mean, everything just blew my mind. I mean, I just couldn't believe it, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, and here
Before
we
they
are,
let,
8 years later, still same shit.
you're
Yeah.
same shit,
We're about to be 10
same
years
shit.
later,
I
not
mean,
not another year and a half or whatever. Will be 10 years later, still the same shit.
it's mind blowing, man.
Okay, I'm going to chime in here. As I've said, this project began many months ago, and it's been an ongoing project. But yeah, now we're at 9 years later, and as I mentioned, I'm putting it on all of you and on all of law enforcement. Let the 10-year mark be the period at the end of the sentence. These families of these victims deserve the truth being told about what happened to their children and grandchildren. And for anyone who has ever criticized the fact that we are out here asking questions, we are doing this for those victims, and the families should be appreciative of that. And they deserve the truth. If the families have been misled, misguided, bullied, and victimized by this massive cover up, there's no family bashing here. As I've said many times, we ask questions because questions are the only way that you get answers. And for all of those of you coming in saying that this has all been said before, no, it hasn't. Because what you don't realize, there's 2 more hours to go. Okay? Put on your seatbelts. There's 2 more hours to go. So before you come in here gaslighting the audience, twisting the facts, trying to make people disengage because you're saying this has been said before, it has not. You don't know what's to come. We have 2 more hours. So please sit down, grab something to drink, put your listening ears on, and be patient, because that's the main sickness that the entire Delphi community suffers from, is impatience. Okay, this has taken patience. This is a group effort, and you all know who you are. This goes back 9 years, and it takes patience. So before you start assuming that you know what's going to be said tonight, and you know the whole story, check yourself and take it in before you judge. This is important. We're not, this is not for nothing. We're not sitting here for nothing. Listen.
It's mind blowing, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't, I just don't. I don't get it, and, I've done everything I felt was the right thing to do, myself, and, I gave it my whole heart to try to, to get it out there. And I mean, I was made a fool through this whole thing, especially when McClellan would talk. He would try to make a fool out of me every time he got out on a podcast, and, he would try to make a fool out of me, take information and twist it and make it look like I was saying something else. And it's like, dude, release all the information. Let people decide for themselves, what the truth is. Quit hiding shit from people, man. Put it out there and let everybody decide. I mean, there's people who are smart. They can figure out the facts, and they can believe whatever they want to believe, but give them the facts. Don't sit there and feed them a bunch of shit and tell them that I'm full of shit when you're the one holding information back and acting like everything's lost. Dude, you have something to hide. I have nothing to hide. I've said and done and tried everything I possibly could, and it's just like, I mean, it's hard to battle against the system. They got the upper hand. Okay, I'm a felon. I've committed crimes. I'm in prison. Okay, so you could paint that picture, but you're the one hiding the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and been doing it through the whole case. I mean, through this entire case, everything's about everything getting lost and everything. I mean, come on, man. You know, we're talking about little girls here, man. We're not talking about, if you want to try that on some other type of crime, you do what you want or whatever. You know what I mean? But don't do that shit on this type of on this
Kids.
type of case, man.
Hmm.
This shit is not even a joke, man. I mean, then you modify him out. You modify your buddy out of prison. Like that's why I told like Channel 59. With their stuff. Like I mean, can this dude even sleep at night? I mean, and I mean that. Can he really sleep at night? Does he really feel good about himself? Does this make him feel good? I mean, does like I can't fathom being a father, a grown man, and having children myself, and knowing that I went that far to cover some shit up like that. In the name of lives of children.
Hmm.
I mean, it just don't make any damn sense to me, man. None of it.
You
Well,
have 1 minute
well,
remaining.
I sympathize with you, man. Like I can understand your frustration. You know what I mean? When you say like it don't make sense and you're anxious about it. I mean, of course, man. There's no one
Frustrating.
blames you. No one blames you for being upset about it and having feelings,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, the truth needs to be out there. You have an innocent man, somebody that really was not part of this crime, and I know a lot of people believe that Richard Allen was, but this poor guy has really been like framed. This just been pinned on him, and I know from the depths of my heart, I know he's innocent. I know he didn't have nothing to do with it. You know, I mean, we'll get in more into that later, but I mean, yeah.
Hmm.
So, yeah, for sure, buddy. But I appreciate you, buddy. Okay.
All right, yeah. Well, I know everyone's gonna appreciate hearing this because people
Thank you
care.
for using
Uh,
GTL.
Somebody made, I guess, a YouTuber that called in or that was on the, one of their whatever, and they try to make it as that they talked to her, and that she said that some stuff that she supposedly said that it was that I was intending to hoping to get something out of it, and but she was contacted by that have her contact information. I gave it to a couple of people, and it was false. It was she. She informed that, if they knew me, that they wouldn't even be asking them questions, but when she contacted them, she actually said, which I asked her to, say that, that when they came down here, that, for them to have the understanding that, I wanted nothing out of this. I just really needed to talk. I needed to talk to him. That I just really didn't take, the information serious, which, was definitely, true. So when they came down here, they introduced themselves, and the first thing that they wanted to know off the top was, why a inmate, why a prisoner that it didn't make sense to him would. Asked to do something for nothing, that it didn't make sense, that everybody has intentions for anything they do, they just didn't make any sense, and they wanted an explanation, and that's how it started off. It started off real confrontational, because I mean I got really offended, and as I explained, I said, man, I mean, number one, I'm a dad. I'm a father, I'm a man before anything. And I mean, I just, I really needed him to understand and pay attention, to what was being said, because I felt like that, this was their time to get the information that they needed. I mean, this was only 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I have to date exactly, I mean, if needed, but after the, well, anyway, I can get you the date exactly, but I mean, it was actually it was on 5/17. Oh no, 6. Okay, It was on 6/21 of 2017, exactly. I got it written down here. Okay, that the setting and the alleged polygraph that was given. Okay, but they did hook me up. Okay, but the whole time it was confrontational. It was about me. It wasn't even about, and it was like anytime I began to talk about Ron or bring him up, they would change the subject. They would get real angry when I bring him up. They asked me, they said, well, is there any way that you can possibly write down at least a paragraph and a half of what you felt is what I felt was relevant, what I felt that they needed to know the most. Okay, so I mean, I began to write, right? I got and it is added into the exhibit what I actually that the defense entered into I believe before the trial, because I was intended to be used as a witness at the trial, at Richard Allen's trial. So, but anyway, it was entered in. And if you notice, if you look real close to it, it stops in the middle of the sentence. As soon as I began to really start talking about Ron and he started the details of the crime, he stops me. Gary Holman, he stops me. I said, oh, that's enough right there, and he snatches it out of my hand. And I'm like, okay, well, he begins to and he begins to, say, is this accurate? Is this true? Stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, it's true. He said, is it accurate? I'm like, well, for what you allowed me to write, it's accurate. He says, is it complete? And I'm like, no, it's not complete. He said, so it's not accurate. No, I'm like, you just asked if it was complete. It's not complete. I was like, you just told me to write in there narrative, and I said, no, it's not complete. Let me finish it. And he was like, Mr. Davis, is this accurate? Is this complete? Is this true? I mean, and he started mixing in questions. I'm like, man, and I'm trying to explain to him. I'm like, man, it is accurate. It is true. It's not complete, and, he was like, and he got mad and he signed it down. He was like, and I said, you know what? I said, this is the best thing to do. I was like, man, why don't you let me go, talk to Ron Logan, there at the dorm. I said, I'll go with the recording device. I'll go recorded. Within 45 minutes, I said, I bet I can get you everything that, at least close to everything that you need to know to show, what he's talking about. Because I was like, obviously, you ain't going to believe me. And he said, that's not necessary. I'm like, why isn't that necessary? Or why wouldn't you want me to go do that? I was like, I can go talk to him right now. As a matter of fact, we was at recreation, and I said, I can go back right now and go talk to him. I said, I'm on cameras. I was like, you just, if you're not going to believe me, believe him. And they're like, that's not necessary. And I'm like, okay. And then he wanted to go right back into why I wouldn't want to. He was like, well, if I did it, I would want to do it for, I would do it for money. He said, he was like, why would you shut that down? That don't make sense to me. And I'm like, why do you keep bringing this shit up, man? I'm like, you going to listen or not to what? And he was like, damn it. And then he asked for Paul Hansen. He said, well, come here for a minute. And they stepped out of the room and they stepped back in. And he was like, that said something about my stuttering. And I tried to explain to him, I said, I'm not on my medicine. And he was like, oh, and he's rolling his eyes at me, just being real cocky. I said, man, I stuttered really bad. He said, oh, is that what it is? I said, you know what? I said, why don't you let me go back to the dorm within 45 minutes? I said, because Ron would, he would go quick into talking about it. It was kind of a nervous thing he had, I mean, he would just kind of worry about it. He would worry about it, and I was the person he could talk to. And I explained that to him. I said, just let me go talk to him, man. Just give me something. I mean, you'll be able to see who it is. I'm on camera. Let me go, and I will get you everything I can get. And once again, he said, this, it's not necessary. And so I'm like, man, I don't know what the hell to tell you then, man. I mean, I'm really, I'm trying to help. And he was like, then he was like,
You have 1 minute remaining.
okay, let me call right back. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. Detective wrote it, but it's in there if you look at it. But so I mean, they didn't follow up on anything. They didn't take my offer to wire. I mean, to wear a wire recording device on Ron. My point was I was trying to make to them that like what type of investigation wouldn't take the offer of of a record getting a recording of that's a dream. I mean, that's the golden, that's what, to any investigation, and they're flat out, as soon as I offered to shut it down, like, no, that's not necessary. No, that's not necessary. And it was really pissing me off. It was pissing me off bad. I'm like, man, you guys are not here on good intentions, whatsoever. Okay, well, to get to what, this is really interesting here, because I did not realize this, okay, and I want you to look into it yourself, and I want you to do your own investigation. You're pretty bright. You might already kind of know about this. So I get the information of the exhibits, okay, and Diane and I kind of looked into it, because in the middle of the exhibits it has a bunch of weird writing, in it, okay. And to come to find out, we ran and we looked into it, and the results that they gave, okay, and you had Nick McClellan's like, oh, he felt miserably, okay, and and I was like, man, I knew it was bullshit, because there wasn't, because, well, come to find out, when you have, number one, when you have a polygraph, you're supposed to have one polygraph examiner. You're not supposed to have any police, anything that would interfere, okay. And this is what you had. You had a detective the whole time interfering. He made it about me. It was all about me. He wouldn't answer no questions. I'm asking beforehand, like trying to, he's like, oh, do the best you can, do the best you can. He was making me really agitated. And they weren't asking any questions whatsoever. The only questions he asked is it complete? Is it true? Is it complete? And the answer was no. Of course it's not complete. Then he's referring it back to, okay, well, is it true? And he's trying to like twist everything. I was like, man, dude, like, what are you doing here? But okay, so let's fast forward here. So Diane and I was looking up, okay, and come to find out that the results are handwritten. They're not even machine generated whatsoever, okay. And I thought it was really suspicious. And that's why I was looking it up. Where it's like, man, polygraphs are machine generated. They're not handwritten. They're not, So we started looking into this. Okay, well, come to find out the results, okay, are something that's called PECC, right? And okay, so PEC isn't, like I said, it is machine generated. It is it's when you look it up, it's confirmation bias, and it's where pretty much they sit back and they observe your reactions. Okay, and I've told them that I have a stuttering issue, that I have a Tourette issue, and that I take medication, and they're not, and they never produced to the defense anything that was machine generated whatsoever. They hand over something that okay, like, okay, it's it says like it's like a pretest they're supposed to do. It's like a test phase chart calculation type thing, that and it was, like I said, it was just written on the paper, and it's just there's no questions. There was no baseline, it was, and you had, like I said, you had interference in there. You had an officer, sitting there trying to interfere, and it was like they didn't want me to pass it, and they with them saying, okay, well, he failed miserably. Okay, you would have to have some type of a real test, some kind of generated test, and they they made it as if there was one this entire time, but they couldn't produce it. Now, now they had a recording setting, they had a videotape setting, and they didn't tell Andrew Baldwin this. Okay, and when I finally informed him, hey, there was a recording, because I wanted him to get a hold of this stuff, man, because I'm like, dude, like, this could prove that they're full of shit, okay? And, he was like, oh, there was a recording, there was a videotape. I'm like, absolutely, He said, okay, well, man, listen, I'm gonna motion, I'm gonna get a hold of this stuff. Well, he went in there and they didn't deny it, but they were pretty much saying that, well, they believe they lost it. It was recorded over. I mean, this was the information that they gave them, that they no longer had it. If it was like that, if they couldn't give a solid answer whether they had it or not, and that they believed that the tape was recorded over, which, come to find out, this was kind of something that is kind of, happened in the past on other people, and, when they were trying to produce evidence, oh, well, we had it, but it was recorded over, and they wouldn't report it, and they were misleading, and, the defense, and they did the same thing with my setting, and I thought they actually had a real test, because he's like, oh, well, he felt miserable. I thought they had a real test to provide, so I wanted to see it, because I've informed them there was no test. There was no actual test. There was no test to where they could actually, show any type of real performance. And I knew that, and I'm like, man, I want to see that. I want to see it. I want you to see it. I want the defense to see it. Now, if I was full of shit, okay, excuse my language, right? But if I was full of shit, I put myself on the spot for them to go and ask them to go get this information. But they couldn't produce the information. They couldn't produce the information because they knew that everything they were saying was untrue. When they finally produced something, it's this peck stuff. It wasn't anything that they ever said it was in the first place. I mean, it was all false information. It was a subjective test. It was based only on like observation of like reactions, because I have a twitching issue, with my treads. I stutter really bad. I have issues. I take medicine for it, okay? And they're like looking at me, and I'm trying to explain it, and they felt like they finally got me on the hook just because, they're seeing my reactions, but they never want to produce a test. There was never nothing objective that they could have did, and they did not want to see the defense on these tapes and these issues that I'm offering to go in there and wear a recording device on Ron Logan. See, these type of things would have showed that their investigation was really suspicious. Okay, I mean, if that's for whatever, they did not want me to. As soon as I started because when they came up here, you have to think, when they came up here, they didn't know exactly that it was going to be about Ron Logan. They knew that I had information. As soon as I brought his name up, the very second, oh man, they were just juggling back and forth, and they wanted to go out and talk, and they wanted to, and as soon as I give information, and as soon as I start writing about Ron on this little paragraph, he snatches it out of my hand. They did not want me talking about Ron Logan. They didn't. And they was really hoping it was for something else or another individual, but they came apart. Now, the information, I never knew if it was true or not. I mean, I didn't know if Ron was telling me the truth. I didn't. I mean, he could have been telling me anything. But what he did tell me, and everything I wrote down, everything I reported, come to find out, once the trial began, I didn't know until the trial that if the information was true or not. I knew that Andy Baldwin was interested in the information once he observed it, because they didn't even tell him about the information. They did not tell him that about the setting, about them coming and speaking to me about the polygraph. Didn't tell him none of that. He had to find out on his own, I believe, through the FBI records, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's kind of, I'm not sure. That's kind of what I believe that he was saying, that he was going through the records and finally saw my name, and was really shocked by the information I gave, and had to really hustle before the trial to even get up here to speak to me. Like, dude, like, man, like, look, this information, man, we need to talk further. Now, listen, the information that I had at the time, you got, it was only, it was right after the murders. It was at the beginning of talking to Ron. He was in the middle of changing information, back and forth. First, it was more, seeing how I would take to the information, then finally it gradually, built up to where he was, kind of giving me the truth when he seen that I was not reacting, in a negative way.
Yeah.
So I started to get more information. So by the time that the police get here, I don't have the full details. I didn't have all the information. I gave them what I had at the time, and that's all I was able to do, and so it was, but when they got the information, they just act like that I was completely full of shit. They acted, it was really odd. And the way I felt when that trial happened, and I started to hear them using the information I gave Prof, okay, the information I gave them, okay, about the box cutter and all this, and now it's being used in a trial against another individual. I'm the one that gave him that information about the box cutter and this and that. And now I hear him using this information against another individual, and I don't know what they've determined, in between time, and they could have actually come up on their own that it was a box cutter. I really don't know, but it was really weird to hear the same information that I gave them repeated at this man's trial on another man. I'm sitting there, I'm freaking out, like, dude, what the hell is going on? I'm the one that told him this shit, but I told him on another individual, and they're using the same information and the same way the girls were killed and everything. They're using the same thing on Richard Allen. I was freaking out, and it's not that I'm just saying this. This is on paper, and it's like I really felt messed up about this, man. I'm like tripping. I'm like, dude, wow. And then I started reflecting back how they try to keep me from talking about Ron Logan. I thought, man, then after getting to talk to Ron more and more, I've learned that, that he was friends with Nick McClellan. We've had long, extensive talks about, how McClellan was going to modify him out. And, and I didn't know if it was true or not, okay, if Nick McClellan was going to modify him out. But dang it, Prof, man, this I thought, I didn't know what he was telling me. I didn't know if it was true. I didn't, but damn it, Nick McClellan came right in the office, man, and modified this man out. Yeah, he did follow the modification early, and do just what he said. He said, man, he's going to modify me out, man. He said, man, I'm not worried about it, because when he first came in here, okay, and here's another thing, Prof. Here's when I talked to him, and I talked to investigators, the investigators had formed somebody to shut his mouth while he was in here. So the investigators, and I don't know if it's Nick McClellan, I can't pretend I know who it is, but somebody within that circle of the investigators told him to shut his mouth quick, that somebody is in here reporting the information he's given.
Oh.
He thought it was his roommate.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, I promise, Prof. I
Can you believe it?
My right hand to God, buddy. He came in, but here was the odd thing. Ron Logan came to me and thinking it was his roommate, okay, that was giving this information, bitching, because he's like, oh my God, my roommate's in there, man. He's talking to the detectives been up here, this and that. So I had to play a role, Prof, that, like, damn, you need to shut your mouth, Ron, man. Quit talking to him. And he actually believed me. I played that role, and he went with it. He was like, man, I can't believe this, man. This is, oh my gosh, it's freaking me out. I might get charged, blah, 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 and it just went on. But I went to my room freaking out, like, oh my God, these investigators informed this dude that somebody's in here talking to shut his mouth, man. You know what I mean? And this shit was blowing me away. You know, I couldn't wrap my mind around it all. It didn't make sense. And I thought, man, and at the time I didn't know, I didn't know what was true, what wasn't, but it started coming full circle to where I actually realized, like, not only this shit is true, there's something more going on. I mean, and I didn't know what it was, and then I realized, like, I mean, it got real, you know what I mean? It got real. And I mean, I've said every single day I went in my cell and I concentrated, focused, and remembered everything this guy sitting here and told me, and I wrote everything down in detail. Some of it seemed relevant, kind of the same. Some of it didn't. I mean, I didn't know what was what, but I was writing every detail down I could remember, and my mind was blowed. I thought, man, I mean, man, I didn't know what to think. If you want
Do
to know
you
the real
still
truth,
have that, Reese?
you know.
Do you still have that?
Oh yeah, I
Good.
have every
Okay.
bit of it, bud. I have
So
every
when
single bit of it.
so when you were saying that, when you were saying all the things they were saying in that polygraph, was that all Jerry Holman?
Yeah,
That was
every bit of it.
yeah, okay.
Now Paul Hansen didn't say a word, man. He didn't explain nothing to me. He just kind of let Jerry do his thing, and he didn't explain to me what was going on, or he didn't explain how it went. They wouldn't even answer no questions. I'm like, I'm asking a lot of questions, like, man, I'm sorry, man, I look like a nervous wreck here, man, but like, I mean, like, what, like, I didn't know if that was the procedure or not. I just fell off, and it fell off that I was being attacked. It fell off that,
You have 1 minute remaining.
my gosh, dude, I hate that stuff, man. But yeah, you can stay on the line. I can call you right
So
back
it
if
sounds
you want.
like, I mean, you could basically say you were not polygraphed. If they didn't
I
establish a
absolutely,
baseline or actually ask you questions, that's not a polygraph.
absolutely not.
That's Jerry Holman barking
No.
at you while you're hooked.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And I do want to say one more thing about it. When you look it up, okay, it says that within a setting of a polygraph, the only person approved to be present is you and the examiner, and it also says that only person approved is a translator if there were communication barrier issues. Okay, that there is not supposed to be a detective. It's not a what do you call that, man? It's not a time to do a what would you call that, Prof? I mean, it's not a
Interrogation.
yeah, it's not an interrogation. And plus when you look it up, it also says there's not supposed to be any secondary attorneys, prosecutors, police, any type of authority. And it says due to any pressure, that and that's the and this all comes from the PEC information. You know what I mean? When it's kind of giving you the layout that this, it was. And I mean, they just want to do some narrative control afterwards,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, and this is why when McClellan got a hold of it and he failed miserably. I didn't know if I did or not. I mean, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know. I didn't see anything. But what I could offer was for the defense and anybody that will listen, go get the information to validate, because I knew one thing for certain, that it was no polygraph.
Well, and it doesn't even
I
matter
said
at
that.
this point in time. All that could be redone. Because I mean, you would expect polygraph, especially if it's videotape,
Mm-hmm.
they should be able to produce the graph, the little
Mm-hmm.
graph that
Absolutely.
was, and they should be able to produce the video recording and to prove what actually happened.
Absolutely.
So to me,
No,
it's
that
a
couldn't be
dead issue
recorded.
at this point.
And it is. And here was
Yeah.
the other thing. They could not produce any questions that were asked. That was requested from them too. But here's the problem: they never asked any questions. That's why they could not produce any questions. There was never any questions asked to me. You know, because I mean, for me to feel something, you have to be able to provide what I felt. What did I feel? What was asked that I was not, that I
Where
was
did you
deceptive
show
on, or
deception? Right.
yeah, and they couldn't do that. And come and find
Yeah, McClellan. Where did Ricci show deception? Okay, you claim there's a polygraph that was video recorded. There should be a graph. There should be experts who can verify that. Where was deception shown?
that was because there was no test given. You know, and of course they can't produce anything if they never gave one. That was the reason why they developed this PEC thing. Say, oh well, subjectively, and it also says that there's also a confirmation bias. You know, I mean, with it being subjective and all, you know what I mean? That they can say whatever they want. There's no objective, evidence there to there was nothing. They could not say I was deceptive or anything. There was no questions asked whatsoever. And this frustrates me because, I mean, this guy came out, went on YouTube's, we're talking about the prosecutor. We're talking about somebody supposed to stick to some ethics here, man. And, oh, well, he failed miserably. So you're lying to the community. You're lying to everybody. You're lying. You're protecting your buddy, man. You know what I mean? You're doing everything you can to continue to control the narrative. You know what I mean? And I heard you use the term one time, a narrative control campaign. I heard that on one of your shows, and absolutely, man, that's all this case has been. All the
That's
way
all.
through, yeah, that's it. I mean, and I mean, it's sick. I mean, it's sad. It's disgusting. Like when I talked to Fox 59, I had a conversation with them, which was a news outlet, and I even asked him on there, man, like, dude, can you sleep at night? Can you look in the mirror, man? And this was the information that I left on the news outlet because I knew what happened. I knew I had nothing to worry about, and with me being a prisoner, with me being, ex. I mean, an ex-addict, things like that, it's easy to have a narrative control, because that's all they have to say. It's like, oh, he's untrustworthy. He had dishonest crimes. He was an addict. He was this, he was that, and he failed miserably. Oh, he had everybody by the testicles at that point. You know what I mean? And I mean, people, I mean, it's believable, And man, I'm telling you what, it pissed me off so bad, man, because, I mean, it's sad. I'm sitting there thinking about, this is a guy that's supposed to, you know what I mean? Like, dude, really wants to solve this crime.
Supposed to be getting justice. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're not talking about a burglary somebody did. We're talking about two lives of two little girls, man. And dude, this dude is really just turning up, ramping up, man, to protect an individual. He is protecting, he wanted to protect the name of the Logans, man. And, what it is, I don't know. I mean, I'm not, but what I do know is Logan was just dead set. He was like, man, look, he said, man, like, he used the word family friend, long-term friend, his friend, and it just, he's like, man, he had full confidence. He said, he told me, because look, when Ross started talking to me, McLean was not in office yet. He was coming into office, and he was like, man, like, listen, if he gets into office, he's got me, man. He's got me. He's gonna, he's talking to his brother. He's talking to his, he's talking to the people in the same way. He promised me, man. He was like, man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be good. And here's the thing. I'm telling these detectives in particular where evidence is at, because I was digging I was digging heavy and really hard, like trying to figure out where he told me where specific things were that these detectives You know what I mean? And they did not obtain a search warrant to go look. I was paying attention. They already did the search warrant. You know what I mean? And I particularly told them where certain things were working. And you know what? Ron's sitting here telling me, like, if I get out, if I get this modification, man, dude, I think I can go clean shit up. And I told the detectives that they did not obtain a search warrant after that point to go look into this information. And I knew Ron was telling me the truth. There was no disputing that. After that interview with the detectives, I knew it was true. I didn't know if it was true beforehand, but after I talked to the detectives, I knew it was true. I got the confirmation through them just by seeing how they acted and comparing it to the information Ron's giving me. You know, and man, listen, it blew my mind, dude. You know, I mean, I didn't know what to think, man. I thought, man, dude, this shit is like, you can't even make it up. You know, this is like some movie shit. It don't make no sense. Detectives don't do that. And I thought, man, is it me? Am I crazy here? That's what I felt like. Like, nothing's making sense. Like, I've never seen anything like this in my life. You know what I mean? Like, dude, we're talking about children, man. You know, and children, man. And we're talking about a gruesome, disgusting murder, man. And I'm like, why doesn't anybody care? What the hell is going on, man? And I knew absolutely, beyond shadow of doubt, this man was telling me the truth after a certain point, and it was blowing my mind. Dude, I went in my cell and cried several times, man, because I thought, oh my God, you know, not only I know this dude did this, but nobody's listening, you know, and like nobody's listening, you know, and it was blowing my mind, you know, and I didn't know what to think. I thought, man, dude, it bothered me. It still does. It still bothers me, man, because you know what? You know, I've never had a double back where people that really gave a shit came up here and talked to me again to give me another polygraph. You know, come in and give me an actual polygraph by people that are impartial, you know, and dude, I will take that. You know what I mean? And I wrote the Attorney General's office. Man, listen, I even wrote the head of the state police, the superintendent of the state police, as he's telling me there's no response. Talking about man, what's his name?
Carter.
Doug Carter, man. I wrote him 3 times, man, at his office, explaining to him, like, dude, please come up, please send somebody up here, man. Don't send these idiots who just came up here. You know, I wrote them before they came up, and I wrote them after, and I had nobody come up, and you know, after the conviction, Doug Carter gets on TV with Nick McClellan, and he's asked by the media, well, when they asked, well, why did you say that you believed that there was more than one subject to this? Do you still believe that? Oh, we don't believe that at this time. After I done, man, I'm like, oh my God, dude, what the hell is going on? I mean, dude, Doug Carter, man, I wrote him personally, you know, several times, telling him, like, dude, like, please, come up, please. Please, I don't want nothing. Please, come up, man, please. And, man, this dude, he wouldn't respond. He would got on national TV with a straight face and sit there and said, man, like, oh, I don't believe at this time. I'm like, wow. You know, I even wrote him about, you know, Klein. And I thought, man, dude, you know, I was just, man, listen, I mean, the only person I was able to get to really listen that knew I was telling the truth was Andy Baldwin, period. You know, period. You know, and he knew because he knew the information other people didn't know. And he knew. Listen, Andy Baldwin came here crying, man, crying, tears running down his face, man, because he knew I was telling the truth. As soon as I told him and gave him this information, he started bawling. I've never seen an attorney bawl over a client before, but he started bawling, and it choked me up. It got me crying, you know, with him, man. And I thought, oh my God, thank Jesus, man. Thank God somebody's listening, man. Thank God somebody finally believes in me. But he knew stuff that other people didn't. And he was angry because that the information he wasn't able to get until after the trial. Then when he finally hears it, he's like, oh my God, this is the link. This is what was needed. You know, this is, and dude, I love that man with all my heart, man. I love that man more than anything in this world.
Well,
I mean, as far as You know, I mean, with somebody with real integrity, man. I love that
Hmm.
guy, man.
He was
You
set
know,
on the wrong
and
path before trial, and not it got him
absolutely,
handicapped, and now it's too late. Now we're looking at a whole different
absolutely,
path ahead.
absolutely. Yep.
Hey,
You
my
know, and the
question,
only thing,
Ron Logan, did
yes,
he ever tell
sir.
you how he knew Nick McClellan? Beyond just that they're
Man, you know
friends,
what?
did he ever go into detail about Nick McClellan?
He would not tell me, man. He did not tell me, and I've tried to hint, and it's like that. You know, sometimes when I let him talk, he was very loose and was not really tight on information at all. But when I started like digging into specifics, it's like I've seen a leeriness, and I've learned to let him talk. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? That's all
Hmm.
I could do is let him talk, and I tried to actually figure out like how he did know him, because it made me curious. Like, you know, especially after the interview, because I thought, man, like, why would a prosecutor put everything on the line? You know, why would he throw his career, his dignity, his everything? What prosecutor, somebody successful like that, would throw everything on the line for an individual, especially with something so? I mean, like, this is serious, man. You know, and I thought, man, dude, that's. I mean, listen, I don't care how close I am to anybody. If they done that, man, I'm sorry, man. We ain't buddies anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
sitting there thinking,
Heinous
man, this
murder
dude
of
is
two
throwing.
little girls.
Yes, yes, man. You know, yes. It don't make sense, man. I couldn't understand it, and I still don't. I still don't. I really don't. I never will. You know, I mean, it's it's serious, man. You know, this is really serious. You know, and God willing, Richard Allen get out, man. But I'll tell you what, man, my heart's been set on them girls and the justice for them. I mean, and I know inherently, I know that Richard Allen is, God willing, you know what I mean, that he's gonna get what he's gonna get. Hopefully, he's gonna get free. I really want that for that man more than anything, because I understand his position, and I know he's innocent. Absolutely know he's innocent. 100%. I know I do. I can't. I mean, there's nothing I could do to, you know what I mean? People believe what they want to believe, but I know, you know what I mean? Because I've looked in the eyes of people, man, that, I know he's innocent. But then again, I can't sleep until them girls get the justice. I want I wanted Ron to go down, and I mean, even if it meant his death right afterwards, I wanted him to go down, for this shit. And Klein, it's the same thing. I mean, like, dude, I will never stop singing his name until this man gets charged, and if he don't, I still won't stop. You know what I mean? I just won't, man. Because this dude, I mean, and people's like, how do you know he's not lying? Trust me, man. I'm a man of good instincts, and this dude was not lying. There is no way that this dude sit here and told me things that were, bro. I mean, like, you don't understand. Like, just that there's no way, unless he was with Ron Logan, that he would have gave me the information he gave me. He I mean, he took, there was details, there were specific details that it just wasn't known stuff, man. And I knew absolutely when Keegan Klein was telling me that he was there. Now I knew he was not lying, and I knew off the bat. There was no question, and people's always asking, how do you know he wasn't getting attention? Man, listen, I can't. There's nothing I could do to compel anybody to believe what I know. But I can tell you one thing: he would not have knew the things that he knew. And I'm talking about very specifics, man. I'm not talking about just evidence that's out there on paper. I'm talking about there were specifics that signify right off the jump that I absolutely knew this dude wasn't lying. And it didn't take long for me to see you know, to know that, you know what I mean? It was, I felt it in my spirit, man, you know, and I knew by looking at him, and I just thought, man, dude, this is the biggest deja vu. This is the weirdest shit, you know. And man, but you gotta. I mean, I'm at a place. I'm under protected custody. This is the highest protected custody in the state of Indiana. This is where they send people with a high profile protection, you know. And I just happened to be in the dorm where they put these people, you know, at the highest state. You know, and it just so happened I was in the dorm where both of them were. I mean, that's the only place they could have went, even coming at this facility, was in that specific dorm. And he approached me, you know, about Ron. I mean, he approached me. He came to me asking me, because somebody told him I was friends with Ron when he was here. So his question was, when he comes up to me, he said, "Man, you knew Ron Logan? You were friends with Ron Logan?" And I mean, I'm just kind of like, you know, I really wasn't friends with Ron Logan, but I was like, yeah, I knew him well. He's like, oh, and he told me who he was. Well, the following day he comes up to me again. He said, "Has Ron Logan ever brought me up to you? I mean, has he ever brought my name up to you at all whatsoever?" And I didn't answer. You know what I mean? I was like, well, you know, man, you know, I don't want to discuss what, you know, I talked to with Ron. He's like, man, he did, didn't he? Okay, and I thought, man, that is the weirdest stuff. So I fixed him. I thought, okay, you know, I was like, well, you know, maybe. He was like, man, what did he tell you? What did he tell you? He kept pushing on me, man. I was like, man, like, you know, I don't want to really get into that. And he was like, man, he was throwing it on me, wasn't he? I know he was. And that's kind of how it happened. I thought, okay, I'm going to see what this dude knows. I was like, well, maybe. And he was like, man, listen. He was like, man, and he wanted to tell me his version.
You have 1 minute remaining.
He didn't come out with everything.
All right, guys. So listen. Focus, okay? I know that Ricci's hard to follow because he suffers from Tourette syndrome, and the more anxious he gets, it's in and out. But please focus, because here's the key right here. Now, okay, we are shifting gears, and now we have an hour to go. Now we're shifting gears into Keegan's story, and this is highly important because no one thought to ask a Ricci very pointedly, what did Keegan tell you? It's really odd because Ricci has rambled on for the longest about Ron Logan. But this is where it gets deep, okay? Because all you've heard before, okay, consider this. And now we're going to add to that an entire separate incident years later, or many incidents years later, and to try to take away his understanding of the way that Keegan relayed this. And it's difficult to follow. So please, we got a little bit to go. And we're going to get to this now. So I'm going to shut up and let's go.
Believe me, he didn't come out with everything at first, but little by little. Just like with Ron, he came, and once he seen me, he felt that some kind of comfort, you know what I mean, that I wasn't seeming like I was judging and stuff. Man, dude, the stuff that poured out of his mouth was just, I mean, it just blew me away, man. I mean, it was just, I thought, man, dude, this dude, he was who Ron was talking about. You know what I mean? When Ron, like, you know, I just thought, man, this is the biggest deja vu I've ever seen in my life, man. And so, I mean, it's kind of, things came out, you know. Now, you want me to call you back or?
Yeah. Call me back.
Like okay, I could do that. Okay.
All right.
But there was a prosecutor in the film saying, lock him up, he's saying too damn much. I had the superintendent of the facility come to me and specifically, personally tell me, hey, you really rattled some chains, man. You pissed some people off, man. In the court. He was like, I don't know the details, I don't know the specifics. He said, man, but he was like, man. I said, man, you can't keep me on lockup. He said, man, we kind of have to at this point. He said, I don't know what's going on, but he said things will get figured out. Just chill out. And I was in it for 3 months, you know, under like restricted housing, man. No clothes, nothing, man. It was crazy, man. And it was all because that son of a gun, man, was in the sewing. He did not like the truth getting out in the media. And the sick thing is, dude, he knew everything I was saying was the truth. But that's when he had the opportunity, which is really unprofessional, getting on people's YouTube and stuff, trying to, he's not trustworthy. He's this, he's that. And I thought, man, for a prosecutor to get on YouTube to lie, and convince people, that I was untrustworthy, I failed miserably, I've done this, I've done that, and come to find out none of it was true. Nothing he's ever said was true. From my letters to him, asking him to hold on, please come and talk to me, because in the process of the trial going on, even before the trial, I was like, hold on, you got the wrong man. Just trust me. Please come and talk to me. He would not respond. He hid the letters. He wouldn't tell the defense about the letters. And finally, when the defense asked about the letters, as you probably already know, when the defense asked about the letters, he lied about the letters. The letters were never even written. That I was lying. Then come to find out when he filed a motion and his back was again pushed to the corner. He's like, okay, I got a couple letters. He released 2 out of 3. Well, here's the problem, Prof. I didn't write him even 3. I wrote him 6 letters. Now listen, okay. Not only I wrote him 6 letters, but here was the thing. He was falsely given a false narrative. In each envelope, okay, there was 4 letters I wrote. Okay, or 4 envelopes, okay, altogether. But there were several letters in each envelope, man, because I was saving postage, right? Not only that, but there was letters from Keegan Klein, okay, in the envelopes. He never, to this day, released them letters from Keegan Klein. As a matter of fact, when he released the letters to Andrew Baldwin, he said, I only got 3. I don't know where the 4th one's at. You know what I mean? And it was just a bunch of lies and bullshit, man. And
I'm going to pause it for a moment. Isn't it interesting that the letters that Nick McClellan, quote unquote, can't find are the very letters from Keegan Klein himself? What are the odds of that? In a case of unbelievable coincidences, of unbelievable accidents, quote unquote, of unbelievable destruction of exculpatory evidence. What are the odds that the very letter or letters that Nick McClellan cannot find and never got and doesn't have are the very letters that contain handwritten confessions and statement of Keegan Klein in his own handwriting? Think about it.
And not only that, we're talking about the interview, the polygraph. When we're talking about that, we lost it. First it was like, there was no video, there was no this. Then it was recorded over. Then it was this, not having anything to do with me. It's not because I'm full of shit. You know what I mean? I wasn't the one full of shit. I was the one telling the truth through the whole thing, because you know what? That's how important this whole case was to me, man. But it was the man losing everything. It was the man putting things in his back pocket, man. That's what the problem was this entire time, man. And dude, I had crucial information for these detectives, man. If they listened to what I said, what this evidence was, you know what? They would have found it. And not only they would have found it, they could have came and prosecuted him. It was something significant enough. And I even told these detectives, if he gets out, he said he's going to go get it, and please go look. And I thought, okay, cool, they might go get a search warrant, or at least try to validate, maybe, they didn't act like they were concerned. But, I thought maybe they'll at least go do their job and at least go get a search warrant and go to validate. Man, they did not. I paid so much attention. They would not go get another search warrant. I knew for a fact where something was that it would have been indisputable. There would be nothing they could say at that point besides, oh my God, how would he know this, man? And then they could have came back to Ron Logan and said, okay, we'll take you up. Let's go ahead and have you go in and record and hear what he's got to say. Nothing. Silence. Crickets, man. Crickets.
Now let me stop there. Let me stop there, because do you realize what he just said? Because, like I said, Ricci's not the best communicator, right? It's hard for him. What he just said to you is that in 2017, he told them about certain pieces of physical evidence that would be absolutely damning, and all they had to go do is retrieve that physical evidence of these crimes. How many motherfuckers out there don't understand the significance of that? Physical evidence of these crimes, forensic physical evidence of these crimes that still exists, that they refuse to follow up on. Now, for the protection of the integrity of this case, for the protection of the integrity of Richard Allen's future, and for the protection of the integrity of the evidence, we have redacted the information regarding that. And Ricci will not be talking about it. So don't try it. Don't try to go and contact Ricci to ask him about this, because he will not say, and we will not say. But this is important.
Dude, I mean, it's like crickets, man. You know,
They don't want it solved. They
it was
don't want the truth. They don't want it solved.
no, they don't want the truth.
These letters
Attorney
from
General,
Keegan
everybody.
that you sent,
Yes.
what was in those
Yeah.
letters? Those were letters Keegan wrote. So what was in the letters that you
Man,
know?
that
Mhm.
well, kind of give you the kind of the background. I mean, kind of where you could see what was going on. We was on a facility lockdown. Okay, there was something going on at the facility, so we was on lockdown. Okay, and I was, so he was writing me. This was around trial time. This is before, and he was writing me. I mean, just kind of making fun of Richard Allen. I mean, really just kind of like making statements like, "Oh, better him than me," things in that nature. He was doing some drawings, some sick, weird drawings, man. I can't really say. There's certain things there's certain things that there's certain things that you got a hold of that I can't talk about yet for a certain reason. I was kind of asked to be quiet on, but there's certain things that now, or because this was the thing when I went to that lockup, when they put me in the restricted housing unit here at the facility, there were still letters from Keegan Klein, and I told the defense, I explained, hey man, there's letters I can still access. I can't. There's a reason why I couldn't get a hold of them when the facility released my stuff back to me, and because in my drawings and stuff, I do art and stuff. I had letters hidden. Luckily, they were still in there. Okay, I released them. Okay, and I just released them here in December. There was the other ones.
And did you hear that? Did everybody hear that, or were you too busy being distracted? Here's a trump card. What did he just say? He says he has more letters from Keegan Klein that he had stashed away in an art sketch pad. And that those letters have now been handed over to the people who matter. That's right. That's what he just said.
The ones that we're not giving to Nick McClellan. Okay, now there's specific things. I mean, there's things when Andy Baldwin talk about the bombshell, that's kind of what he's referring to. There's just things that, I mean, they're going to come out. Maybe I talk in person. You know what I mean? I don't know how to, but there's things.
They're going to come out.
There's things that are going to come out. You know what I mean? Still, and let's just
Not just the letters.
cross your fingers here, man. I mean, there's just things that but yeah, but it was just more of making fun of Richard Allen. Uh, there was things that he said in there that were. I mean, we'd have to speak on the side, bro. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to, not like this, right? But I mean, I'll talk to you, right? You know, but I can't at this point. You'll understand, but, and I'd rather you delete this part if you can.
Yeah, well, I know it's going to
And
cut
I will
off in a
talk to you.
minute. I want you to tell me,
Mhm.
we'll start a new one when you call back. But
Sure. However
you
you
know, I
want to
like you
do
to
it.
like run down you know how you ran down um Ron's story for me?
Sure.
Maybe
Yeah.
run down Keegan's and then,
Okay. Yeah. I got you.
and then
I got you. Yeah. Yeah. I got you, bro.
could also kind of touch on the parts that line up a little bit, between him and Ron, but I
Right.
guess, yeah, let me see. So you probably got 1 minute left, I'm guessing. Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah. But I can call you. You want me to go ahead and call you right back now to just kind of keep that from.
Sure, yeah, I'll turn this off too, and I'll
Yeah.
let you call back. All right.
Yeah. It would make more sense. Yeah. Sure. Okay, buddy. All right.
Your story you got from Keegan that you believe,
Sure.
you know, the parts that you believe to be
Yeah.
true or the way he
Sure.
told it.
I mean, and I don't know really what's true or what's not, but I could tell you what's lined up with Ron that makes sense. That he, uh, he was kind of back and forth on a few things. I mean, at first, a lot of it was a blind game, putting it on Ron, seeing how, worried about what Ron told me, worried about, pretty much where my head was with it, when he kind of got the idea that I appeared, I ain't gonna say comfortable, but, receiving whatever on the information, in time came more, comfortable, I guess you could say, and uh, what he was explaining to me is he had his dad and him, had a little service. I don't know how to explain it, okay, and they were, working, selling, getting child pornography kind of pictures, videos, things in that nature, selling them off. He was explaining how there was this thing he explained as kick or whatever. And you got to remember, I've been down for, in prison for a long time. So, I mean, it's kind of, I'm kind of new to the whole thing, right? But he was telling me, because I wrote down the words that he was using. He said there's a thing called kick where he would meet different customers and at the time get on like a back page, and then from there they would get on other programs or whatever he was referring to, with these things. He said that Ron was one of his customers. He said that he met with Ron. He met with him. He said from every 3 months. He said sometimes every 6 months. He would go meet, and he said that Ron wasn't savvy on his, on program and stuff. So he would take these type of phones and take it to them, help him program it. They would had some kind of system going. I can't really explain exactly how it was or what it was, but they had some kind of system going where he would help Ron, and Ron was really into this pornography too, and was one of his customers, and so that's how it started, they were friends. I kind of in the neighborhood of that, right? So he admitted that he was in contact, quite a bit with the oldest girl, Libby. That he was in contact with her pretty often. That he was fishing her, and he admitted that that she wasn't, that there were several girls that he fished in, that he talked about. He was the one to lure that day to the trails.
Okay. Did you hear him say there were several other girls who were Libby's friends that he was also, quote unquote, fishing?
He admitted that. Now, let me kind of help you understand. He explained to me that Ron wasn't exactly originally a willing participant in this, right? That he explained that he blackmailed Ron with the fact that of the child pornography ordeal, that Ron really wasn't, willing to be part of this thing that they had going, right? And him and whoever the other individuals, whatever, blackmailed him. And that's when he said that they were all drinking. He said that they showed up. There was another individual that followed him from wherever he came from. He said he left his phone at home, that he had some kind of setup, some kind of program, to make it look like that there was activity going at home. He left his phone there so it wouldn't trace his activity. He that his traveling. He took these burner phones, that to deliver, okay, and it wasn't only to Ron, because from what he described, there was another individual that walked to Ron. So I would imagine it'd be walking distance, but walks from somewhere to Ron's to pick up a phone. This was before.
All right, guys. So what he's describing here are the additional individuals. Now, this is coming from Keegan. Okay, I feel like I have to stop this again to focus you. What he's describing here are a couple other individuals who appeared, right, during the time of the crime, during the window of the crime. He's describing that a couple other individuals are suddenly dropped into this scenario. And this is for you, Frenchie. One of these individuals, quote unquote, walked to Ron's. Why? To get a burner phone with this child pornography, right? And you're going to hear about another individual. So I'll let it play. I'm going to stop interjecting, but I feel like I have to call your attention to what to listen for. So let me back it up 30 seconds or so, and you hear it again and continue to listen, okay?
He that his traveling. He took these burner phones, that to deliver, okay, and it wasn't only to Ron, because from what he described, there was another individual that walked to Ron. So I would imagine it'd be walking distance, but walks from somewhere to Ron's to pick up a phone. This was before the murders occurred. This was before, so when they,
Okay. So what does this mean? This means someone who lives within walking distance to Ron Logan. You guys think about that.
he got there. He said there were some issues going on with some other individuals. Him and whoever came with him followed him from his home, whatever, helped get people, out from Ron's. They stole from him. From Ron, they stole some things off of him. they vandalized some stuff around the graveyard, okay, which confirmed exactly what Ron told me. Ron said the same thing. He was really pissed off about it. He was like, man, these son of a bitches tore up, painted shit, they broke bottles, he said, man, he said it was a mess, so Keegan confirmed that, 100%, so once they
100%.
cleaned up the area, he also
100%.
confirmed what Ron said about cleaning it up, taking the trash, putting it in the truck. Now, okay, so they at some point, and I don't know the times here, bud, but I mean at some point, he was expecting Libby, okay, from what I'm understanding, I was kind of understanding. I mean, there's some stuff that I'm not really sure. I still got questions here, too, right? I mean, but he was expecting Libby, and he wanted Ron he wanted to bring her to Ron's. Ron, I guess, ended up. They were all drinking. He said that Ron was, kind of. Appeared willing, okay, but they set up to meet with the girls, so I guess Ron, he went to go get rid of the trash. They have already picked the girls up. He said that he waited on Ron, as he went to go get the girls. He explained to me a lady, they drove all together. Here, let me kind of back up. Okay, there was three of them. Ron, another individual, the person that followed him out there, and himself drove.
Okay, and like I said, we know who this quote-unquote other individual is. We're just choosing not to say, okay?
Drove around, and they all went to go try to get the girls, okay, and they pulled the car off the road, okay. He explained that he tried to make it look like the car was broke down, okay. They all went to pursue the girls. Keegan said he went back to the car. He had to go back to the car for something. There was a lady that pulled up. He explained there was a lady that pulled up behind his car, had the goods broke down. He informed the lady, hey, my dad's on the way to help me, everything's okay, whatever. And the lady pulled off. He said that once he got thinking about it, he got nervous. He said he got back in the car, drove all the way back to Ron's, contacted him.
Okay, did he say a red Jeep? Did he say Keegan got back in a red Jeep? No, Keegan was in a car. Okay, and by the way, this whole incident with this lady who spooked him when he was quote unquote broke down, that's in evidence, right? Not evidence in the trial. That's in, do I have to say it? There's a record of this.
Said, hey, I'm walking through the back of the property. I'm going to meet you guys. Go ahead and get the girls. He said that he walked down a path that Ron showed him. He said it was a really narrow path. He said, man, he was like, Ron showed him. Okay, so he walked all the way through the back. Somehow, they all met together. He said there was a confrontation. He said as soon as he met up with him, that's when Abby got loose. Okay. He was yelling at Abby. He was yelling at Ron to get a hold of Libby. And he kept telling to cut Libby, and he did. But he said it was real superficial, and it pissed him off because they were trying to get the youngest girl back because Libby was yelling for to call the police, call the police, and wanted her to run, and pretty much they threatened her and said, man, if you don't come back here, we're killing her. They got her back. They coerced her back. She came back to them. They cuffed them back up. They both got cuffed up. again, they said something in between time about getting undressed. They were getting them undressed. That's how Abby got loose, because they were cuffed up from the beginning. At the very beginning, once they got down the hill, they were cuffed up. Said that, when they got uncuffed to get undressed, that's when she slipped the cuff and she took off. And it's real sad, but she was, Libby was like, run, and they were yelling at her, if you run, we're gonna hurt her. They got her back. I don't know what happened in between that time, but Ron got hit in his nose by, he said, Libby's head, and he said that he started bleeding when a little bit, and that he was afraid that he got blood on the youngest girl's panties, and they went to go get rid of her panties. You know what I mean? He threw it in the water, threw a couple of items in the water, and I don't know what. He said it got caught on a limb. Something got caught on a limb, and whoever this third person was, they asked him to go out and get this item off of a limb, out in the water. So he started walking to go get this item, and I don't know if he ever got it or not, but he as he said, that dude, he said that he was like, almost waist deep in water, and he twisted his ankle, and so, dude was talking about wanting to leave, and they all got in an argument because, they didn't want him to leave. They was afraid that, he was going to get scared. So they didn't want the police showing up. But in a way, they talked, dude talked him and just let him leave. He wanted to get out of there. So he got out of there. And it was only Ron and Keegan at that time. And, if there was, and there's somebody ended up showing up to the house. I don't know who. I don't really know any names, man. I was fishing real hard. That's when, they took I don't know when Libby was exactly killed, but she was killed in between where the girls got loose and got naked and going back to the house. Okay. And, they said that she was screaming, freaking out, and they wanted to shut her up. They dressed the youngest girl up. They didn't want the youngest girl to obviously look out of place and look be naked and stuff. So they let her get dressed up, and they took her back to the house. They took her in the house. Libby, they ended up getting a tarp. They put her in the tarp. They got her to the barn. They kept her in the tarp. And come to find out that she wasn't dead. They didn't find out to the next day, before they had to take the youngest girl out, and neither one of them wanted to take her out. Excuse my ADD here, but when Libby the next morning was going to take Libby to her final spot, they noticed she was still breathing. He said, man, everything was just so confirmed, from what Ron was saying, and Ron never said who ended up, killing Libby, but Keegan answered that question. He said that when she was, they went to lift her in the wheelbarrow, she was still faintly breathing. He got ahead and killed her then, while she was in the wheelbarrow. She was, still in the tarp. They killed her. I don't know when they killed the youngest, at what point, but they argued about who was going to kill her. I don't know who did that. I don't know who decided to do it, but neither one of them wanted to do it. They was going to get the girls out of the area. Ron said when he came back, this was okay. Let me rewind. When he came back from Lafayette the next day or whatnot, there was drones. He said that there was drones in the area. Their plans was to, try to get the girls out of the area. Keegan made a comment of wanting to take one of the girls, with him. There was pictures taken. I don't know, exactly what. There was pictures taken of the, of the youngest for sure, and I know it sounds disgusting, but took pictures of the crime scene. I don't know what his intentions were for it. He did say he went to go sell some of the pictures of Libby, and he made fun of her. He was talking about her weight and how he couldn't really sell them like he thought he could, and really kind of making a sick joke about it, talking about how big she was and things of that nature. He couldn't sell the pictures. I mean, it was. I mean, there was kind of a lot that he said. He was there with the girl. He kept her in the bathroom. He cleaned the bathroom up real good. He said he even bleached it.
Keegan.
See, I don't know really.
And this is Keegan all.
The phone.
This is Keegan all saying
This is
this.
yeah, Keegan saying it, and Ron said a lot of it. He didn't really say what Keegan did when he was gone. But Keegan filled in the blanks on that about keeping her in the bathroom. Now, this is really messed up, but Ron said the very next morning, okay, this is as soon as they took the girls to the final spot, okay, and came back, 2 other little girls, I know it sounds messed up, come knocking on the door, asking to search the property, saying, we have 2 school friends that came up missing. Do you care if we look around the property? He said he almost told them no. He got real nervous. He said, but where they took him, that you would have to know the area. And that he felt pretty confident that they may, that they wouldn't find him, directly find him, and so he go ahead and approved them to look around on the property. And he just said he was just a nervous wreck. And
Okay, you know what this means to me? This means they weren't in their final resting spot yet. This means they were somewhere else. Remember, they hid them 3 times, approximately. This means that at the point those 2 other little girls, those little classmates came knocking on Ron's door, and he said, yeah, sure, go look around my property. This means that those girls were not yet there. Think about that. They're in their secondary or tertiary hiding place before they're in their final resting place. Keep listening.
That he thought it was bizarre. 2 other girls came and knocked on the door, but he was up all night, and he said he was freaking out when they knocked on the door. That you see, they made him a nervous wreck. He even told me that that I think it was the next morning or something that Abby's mom.
You have 1 minute remaining.
What?
Abby's mom came to him and made a comment as like, I know you had nothing to do with this and stuff like that. He said it made him really nervous that she did that, that she came and talked to him. Well, I had a friend that talked to Abby's mom and confirmed that she did say that,
And this is Ron? This is Ron?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ron. And Abby's mom confirmed that conversation did take place. So, you want me to call you back again?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
I would say so, Ricci. No, did you hear that? So Abby's mom goes to Ron's house and says, look, I know you didn't have nothing to do with this. Don't worry about it. Da, 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 da. Confirmed.
Okay.
Thank you for using.
She's like, yeah, that conversation did happen, as a matter of fact. But she went back from that to, but I still don't think he did it. Like weird, very weird. I mean, the reactions from the family are so bizarre, dude. I mean, like really bizarre, man. I mean, and I'm saying it because she wanted confirmation that I even met him, talked to him, and so she said, well, ask him to give you something to know that he even talked to him. So I said, okay, and I told Crystal, I said, well, he said that they was, come to him, and he was just a nervous wreck, and she told him, that, hey man, I don't think you had anything to do with this, don't worry about it, we're gonna, it's gonna get figured out, this and that. He said that it freaked him out so bad. He said that, he said it just freaked him out, man, that she came to him, that he, and but anyway, when she was confronted with that, she was like, "Yeah, man, that just is totally. That was definitely a thing. That definitely happened, But so I don't know, man. But anyway, Keegan, he was. They was talking about these phones too. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to jump all over the place, man. I'm just trying to recall things, right? But these phones, these burner phones and stuff got, they got smashed up. Some of them were taken to our town to another dump site that they had a friend at another dump site that worked at another dump site or something, and it took
Whoa.
them there, and the other ones were taken to Battlefield, Indiana, smashed up over in, I don't know what's it, some white water, I don't know what, little river.
The Wabash River.
Through there. Is that what it is?
Wabash.
Okay.
Yes.
Wabash River. So them phones were put in Wabash River, over there towards Lafayette and Battlefield.
Say that again about the dump site, about their friend and the dump site. Say that again.
What?
What about the dump site? You said he had a friend? Yeah.
Yeah, worked
Yeah,
at a
say
dump
that again.
site. I mean, what do you mean, say it again? He had a friend that worked at a dump site out of town that...
You see, guys, here's the thing. Ricci is clueless on the implications of this. Ricci is clueless on the implications of this. He doesn't even understand why Diana and I were like, what? Say that again? What the fuck? Now you put your thinking caps on. You're smart people. You're smart people. We already have this guy who walked from walking distance, right? Who shows up. And now, who do we have? Who do we have disposing of a wheelbarrow and showing up? I'm going to back it up a bit because I shouldn't dirty this up, okay? But I just wanted you to perk your ears up now, okay? Please. This is for Abby and Libby.
Some white water, I don't know what, little river.
The Wabash River.
Through there. Is that what it is?
Wabash.
Okay.
Yes.
Wabash River. So them phones were put in Wabash River, over there towards Lafayette and Battlefield.
Say that again about the dump site, about their friend and the dump site. Say that again.
What?
What about the dump site? You said he had a friend? Yeah.
Yeah, worked
Yeah,
at a
say
dump
that again.
site. I mean, what do you mean, say it again? He had a friend that worked at a dump site out of town that went and got rid of some evidence out through there, too.
That wasn't Liberty Landfill, was it?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
I
thinking.
was told.
Liberty Landfill?
What I was told, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I see.
But
Well,
out of town, a dump site or landfill, but yeah, they had a friend. There was a bunch of other evidence like the wheelbarrow, and there was a bunch of other stuff that got taken out through there, right? And
did they ever talk about throwing the tarp in the river or in the creek?
I was never told exactly what went in there. I know the phones went in there for sure. Yeah, I mean, the phones definitely went in the Wabash River right there in Battlefield, out there towards Battlefield. he said when he came back from Lafayette, that was the stop, that he had to get rid of a bunch of stuff, even Keegan. And let me kind of clear something up, man, because Nick McClellan tried to re-narrate something I said, because originally during the interview, okay, I said that there was a battery taken out of the phone. Cleveland said in a statement, oh, well, then the information can't be true because there were iPhones. You can't take the batteries out of the phone. However, let me clean up, okay? Now, it wasn't the iPhones. Ron had a flip phone, and while he was in Battlefield, he said that he took the battery out of his flip phone while he was in Battlefield because Keegan told him to, and that was the phone that the battery was taken out of. And then he put the battery back in the phone. He felt that it would help keep, any signals or anything. So Keegan told him, he said, man, take your battery out the phone. He was like, man, and when you're on your way back up, way back up to Delphi, go ahead and put it back, put your battery back in there. And that's when they were dropping off the evidence, or he was dropping off the evidence, so.
Hey, before,
but Nick McClellan took that information and was telling, even I don't know, but I heard it and I read it in the document where he was
twisted
saying,
it.
oh, well, that couldn't have been true because these iPhones didn't have. Well, he was leaving the part out to where that there was burner phones. There was Ron Logan's phone, and Ron Logan, that came out of his phone. But he was just trying to just grasp at straws and try to oh man, this couldn't be true because of this and that. And he wasn't using
twisting it like
the
everything
actual
else.
information.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. I mean, so that was that.
Hey, did either of them talk about moving the bodies multiple times or anything like that? Like,
Their bodies were moved twice, and that's what I told them during the interview. The bodies, well, Libby's body was moved twice for sure, because she was in the barn. They moved her somewhere else. When they noticed that there were search teams out there, that she was moved somewhere else, and then they moved her back to the barn again. And then the next, like, before the sun came up, that they went to take her to her final rest, her final spot, and yeah, they were moved. I'm the one that told them that. That's where that information came from. That the body.
which one told you that they moved her out of the barn and then back to the? Oh, they both.
They both told me that. Absolutely. I mean, like verbatim. And that's exactly how I knew that he was there. I knew for sure at that point, because that was something that was never, that was something, the only time that was ever said is when I said it during the interview. You know what I mean? So, I knew for sure that it just confirmed everything, and I just knew I knew that's kind of what triggered, of knowing that this dude wasn't full of shit whatsoever. I mean, that was accurate what was said by Ron, so I was like, man, this is some real shit going on, man, like, because there is no way that something like that, everything, it just, there were several things that just lined up, man, that was just like, it was just indisputable, it was, and like I said, he was, when he came there, and I mean, he brought his dad up several times, and he kept telling me, several times, okay? I mean, this was said several times. He said, man, the reason why his dad and him fell out was because that they felt like they were going to flip on each other. They were going to rule on each other. And he was like, I don't trust my dad. His dad don't trust him. They fell out. And, and here's the thing, I mean, if they got a hold of his dad and put the pressure on him, which I don't think they want to do, and put the pressure on him, they're going to get the story, man, because they got to put the heat on one of these dudes, man, especially his dad. You know, I mean, because even Keegan told me his dad's really weak, fragile-minded, and he's afraid that he's going to rule on him. Now, here's the thing. What is there to rule about if you're already charged with your little child shit? Excuse my language, man. If you're already charged, there's nothing you have to worry about but the next thing. You know, dude, your dad had to be some kind of complicit in this somehow. You know, I mean, what's he going to rule about, and why is he afraid you're going to rule, unless essentially he was there, you know? And I mean, but he never said that, man. And, you know, I'm not going to bullshit and say he ever said that. He never said that. He never said he was there, but everything was like it was inferences, man, everywhere, dude. You know, I mean, he was like, you know, like, my dad's going to rule on me, man. I know he is. It's going to be over with. And it went to, you know, well, he feels I'm going to rule on him. And, you know, so it's, you know, I mean, but they was planning, they even said that they was planning to take even one of the girls with them, you know, out of state. I mean, they were going to, that was a plan, you know. It was a plan that obviously didn't happen.
Out of state.
You know, but that was, it scared him. Man, he said it scared the man that lady just freaked all the way out screaming. He said that she started screaming so bad and that's when they decided to end it. You know, and this was after the first time, after Ron gave it, you know, cut her, and it was superficial, you know what I mean? He said that it was just enough to let Abby know, you know. He said, but when she started screaming and freaking out, that there was only one way to shut her up. And I don't know where they were at what point, but she just freaked all the way out, you know, and she just wouldn't stop. And that's when they done that to her, man, you know. And, you know, he said Abby was quiet and did exactly what they said, but just was terrified, you know what I mean? And then they took her. They took her overnight, you know. She was alive. She was at Ron's house the whole time. Ron even said that he even went on a search party to go pretend he's looking. You know, once he got back, you know, left, you know, Abby with Keegan and went on the search party to look at, he's out there looking for her too. You know, because he didn't want to look suspicious. He said that Keegan gave him the idea, man, go out there, make it look like, dude, you're lying because, dude, they're gonna because the girls were on the property. That wasn't ever the plan. The plan and with the drones, and he said that there was blocks that the police had like a couple roadblocks off, that there were search parties out. They said there was absolutely no way to get the girls off the property. The best thing they knew what to do is get them furthest away from the house. You know what I mean? And that's when, you know, Ron explained it as witchcraft shit. Okay, and Keegan explained it as you know that was, you know, as the ritual shit. And the reason why he explained that he did that exactly, did that the way that he did it is because he said that because he knew that the police later on would never believe an old man would do something like that. So they went all the way out of making it as ritual as that they could, because with, you know, them being on the property, they wanted to make it look like that, you know, absolutely that would be nothing an old man would ever do, you know, and that was the reason, you know. That's exactly
and did
what
they
he
both
said.
say that, or just Keegan?
Keegan said that.
What did Ron say about it?
He said he explained it. He didn't even explain it as the ritual thing. He said, man, he was just kind of vague, like, man, it's kind of like witchcraft stuff. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know how to say it, you know. And that's how he explained it, you know. But when Keegan came along, he said, no, man, you know, and you know, and that's how he put it. He got more in detail of, he said that there were several things done, in the area that would, he said that they wanted to make it as, that's the only thing that they was able to do to he said, man, they would never thought that Ron would do something like that to that degree. He said, so they went all the way out with it. But the girls were already, killed. Not the kill. We're not talking about the killing itself. That was, that was already something that, took place, that something was already done. But they're talking about like, shit, they're going to come straight after Ron. There's nowhere to take them. Because he said if they took them any further out than what they were, that they're going to run into people. And they had to hurry up, he said. He said because there was even people in the early at night, in the early morning already, that towards the front of the trails already starting to search. He said there was 4-wheelers. He said when the sun came up, he said once they got them in place, he said there was drones as soon as the sun came up, there was already drones once again in the air.
How would how would Ricci know this? Being locked up, how would Ricci know these details unless it came directly from their mouths?
And he was like, dude.
I'm sorry, Reese. Yeah.
You're good, man.
Did Keegan say he did all of that, or that it was more of them that did all of the staging and the putting of the sticks and, like you say, the ritual stuff? Did either of them say who did it?
There was a couple people that showed up, but listen, but
there was a couple people that showed up. Did you hear the question that I asked? Please think here. Did Keegan say he put the sticks and did all of the ritual stuff? And Ricci says, there was a couple people who showed up. Who were the couple that showed up? The guy who walked from within walking distance and the guy who worked at the landfill.
He never would mention what anybody else did. He mentioned somebody showed up to get a phone, and why, I don't know. And they were walking distance, that's for sure, because he said that they walked. And then whoever showed up that worked, at this dump site, or whatever, somebody else showed up. But he never really said who did what, and it was really weird. He explained what he did. He explained some of what Ron did, and it was kind of the same way with Ron. When I talked to him, Ron was really careful with names. He was really careful. It was really strange, man.
Why would they be so careful with names? Okay, think about it. Why would Ron and Keegan be so careful with these other names unless they are people to be afraid of?
Both of them, man, really, both of them were really like creepers, man. And to be honest, Ron didn't seem like that. Even though that he seemed really odd when he told the story, he didn't exactly seem like he wanted to do it in the first place. He kept saying, man, I was drunk, I was drinking, I was on probation, man. He said I was freaking out once shit got too far, man. He said, man, he lost his mind. He felt the pressure. He was like, man, that's where people, he didn't say extorted or blackmailed, but later on, that part got filled in by Keegan. He said, yeah, man, we told him that we was going to turn him in over these child things if he didn't follow along, because they were needing his property to take the girls, that they were needing the property. There was plenty to take both girls. I don't know if they really tried to plan to even really kill him, dude. That was really never said, but I do know that he said something wanting to take one of them out of state for sure.
Did he ever say where,
sure, right?
which state, or did he ever kind of say, or they were going to sell him? All right.
No, he didn't, but he didn't say. He said it's just take out a state. He said shit just got impossible. He said once everything got to a certain point, they felt stuck at the house. He said there were so many cops, so many. Even when Ron even said the same thing.
You have 1 minute remaining.
He said when he came from Lafayette, he said he realized right then and there, man, that there was nowhere to go. And then they both kind of freaked. He said they even got into it. They got in a fight over it because really they had different ideas of what to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, let's end it here, but call me back and
Sure.
we'll talk private. You know what I mean? I won't record the next.
And for tonight, that's all. Now, like I said, please keep in mind that this is only 90%. We've withheld 10% because it's important details that need to go to the federal authorities and not be ruined by those who would view this and not be used by those who would attempt to use those details to cover the rest of this. But this is serious. And this is the most truth you've been told about Delphi ever. And before we go, I'd like to show you something about the what he was discussing here about the impossibility of all this. Now, let me give me a moment. Let's see, it's going to pop up here. Apologize for the wait. So what you'll see here in the yellow triangles are all of the roadblocks or barricades. And if you look closely, what you'll realize is there's no way they're getting those girls off that property. There's no way they're getting one girl off of this property. Do you see this? Barricades at the time of the helicopter footage video. The morning the girls were being found. There's no way with this barricade or these barricades in place, these roadblocks, that they're getting past the police at all of these points. So they are locked in. Okay, they're locked in at Logan's. Now you can clearly see they could certainly move those girls to the Mears property. They could certainly move those girls anywhere in the Browns property, all the way to Wilson Bridge. You can see where the barricades are not. So there's a mile or two of a perimeter they have where they can be moving these girls, but they ain't getting those girls out of the area. So it all makes sense. It all makes sense. And I'll make the announcement now. If anyone has any money they'd like to send to Ricci to help him with his legal fees, please contact Diana. And if you can't, contact me and I will put you in touch with Diana. Do not send me money for Ricci, ever. Do not send anyone money for Ricci, ever, except Diana or Ricci directly, okay? So if you're interested in supporting Ricci in his legal battles, go ahead and let us know. But don't send it here or anywhere else on YouTube. Now, furthermore, if you're interested in supporting this channel, well, you can clearly see how to do so in the banner that's scrolling below, or also my link tree where you can find everything. Okay, everything regarding contacting me or supporting me, anything to do with me, it's in my link tree, which should be pinned at the top of the chat and in the About Me section of the YouTube channel. Now, before we get out of here, I'd like to also acknowledge that this is a community effort, okay? This is not a one-man show. This is not a one-man project. In this particular crime, there was never, ever one person who was going to solve this. This is why I've implored you to please put aside your biases, put aside your theories, put aside what you think you already know, because you will never figure it out on your own by yourself. This took a team, it took a village, and it's going to continue to take a village. We're going to be another year or more years fighting this battle. But I think that you have all that you need to reorient yourself, to dispose of the useless information and start to put together some useful information. And you do that for these two girls right here, okay? And do it for yourself. This here should cause a lot of relief, a lot of peace and calm in the community. Listen to Ricci at those last 30 seconds. Did you hear him express that sigh of relief as he got that story all the way out? Go back and rewind 5 minutes and listen to Ricci when he finishes that last statement, and you can hear him sigh that sigh of relief. Collectively, we should all be experiencing that sigh of relief. And it might not come today, it might not come tomorrow, but it should come in time. If you go back and listen to this multiple times, this relief should come to you, because you should know that you are being told the truth, okay? And you should know that Ricci feels in his gut as a father and as a man that those individuals were telling him the truth. Now, is it 100% of the story? No, it's not. But it's the most of the story you've ever been told. And that's the truth about Delphi. I want to thank everyone in the chat and everyone who's supported the channel and supported the community as a whole. I've said before that we need to be coming together. There's absolutely no reason that we allow past grievances to keep us in a cycle of toxicity, hate, and delusion. Now's the time for this community to put aside our differences and march forward in the pursuit of truth and justice for these two girls and for Richard Allen. Please consider what I'm saying. I hate no one in this community. I despise some of what some of you have done. But I hate no one in this community. Everyone is welcome. Apologies can always heal old wounds. So maybe learn to do it. Forgive yourself so you can forgive others. As I said in my last show, this community, both the community of Delphi itself and the online community, has experienced a community trauma brought about by the murder of these two girls. It's time for healing. The truth should be cathartic. And I hope that this meant something to you. And it's not over. Ricci and I will be continuing our friendship and our discussions. And we're not going to let anyone stop us. And I want to thank everyone who's contributed to this effort. And I mean everyone, all my friends, everyone I've worked with very hard in the past couple years. I truly appreciate it. And especially all of those of you who consistently come in the chat, watch the channel, and offer up words of support, because this has not been easy. And I think many of you know that from experience. And I want to thank those of you who are here now, like Silenced Woman, It's a New Day, Dan, Deb, Samantha, Critter Mama, Ninja, Warrior Assassin, Dirty Diana, Charles, LSTO Levanus, Oh Hey Christina, Goose's Gammy, JR Nana Boomer, Heavy Metal Rehab, Criminal Society, Putting Together the Pieces 3533, Dolly Dawn, Dennis McKean, Mandy Boo, Erica Morris at Victims News on Air, Christopher, Yolanda Rosie, Sandy D, French 6290, did I say It's a New Day? Luis Cuevas, T. Lambert. I'm trying to catch everybody. Iva Apophis was here earlier. I want to shout out to True Crime Design, Dennis McKean, Samantha Springman, Quadaxel Mimi, Charlotte Gearing, Big JD, Matt Payton, Paula, Chevy Killer, Mama D. I'm sure I'm missing many because I can only go back so far here. Who's Her Daddy? Let's see. Oleg Cat, Nicole Watt, Dieter, Something to Say, Rebecca Ann, Emily, Andre, Court of Public Opinion. Hey, anyone I miss, just drop your name and I'll say it before we leave. But I truly do love and appreciate you all. You know who you are. I got certain friends who never come in the chats, have never said their name or face on this channel, but they know who they are because they're my friends and people I love. Shout out to Noe Amos, Bezo Jones, Goddess, geez, and everyone. Okay, I'll just say everyone. If you've consumed this Delphi content, you are one of them. A special shout out to Little Joe Lewis, okay, who's never appreciated. Little Joe Lewis, Raffy, all the amazing Delphi creators over the years who are no longer here. All of you. God bless you all. God bless Libby and Abby, and God bless the United States of America. You all know the truth has been told. Okay? We love you. With that being said, I wish you all a good night. Please go over to our partner channels, all of the amazing people who have channels that are in the live chat. You know who they are. Go to their channels. Please support everyone who has attempted over the years to fight for these girls because they're not here to fight for themselves. Anyway, God bless. It's a long show. I'm ready to end it. So God bless. In the coming days, I will be releasing this interview, or truly, it's a series of interviews that I've pasted together. I will be releasing it in addition to this live stream so that you have it without my commentary. And when I release that, everyone is allowed to download it for yourself for your own listening pleasure and your own study. And there will be more to come. But thank you all, and good night, okay?
In the days since police made this tragic discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to two young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it. It's so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think if he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieved for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills, or it's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The Sheriff's Department says the trail photos of a man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It'll never be the same, will it? Yeah. I mean, everybody will be, they'll be very vigilant now from here on out when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now, here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day or you know anything that could help solve this case, police do want to hear from you. They've set up a new tip line for information about the murders of Libby and Abby. All tips should be called into that number, and you can remain anonymous. You see it right there on your screen. The number is 844-459-5786.